plan is to just kind of head towards Opalucid City. I can see myself getting there, but maybe not finishing up fighting Drayden. So, I'm gonna try to, like, kind of take it easy, you know? Be a little more leisurely. And I mean, we're not using speed up at all, so I don't know how much more leisurely I can necessarily play this, but I do find sometimes with hacks like this, it can feel like you're going through the motions of, like, doing the battles, because, you know, trainer battles, regular trainer battles can take a while, since the difficulty's bumped up, obviously. What's up, Space Cowboy? And of course, the battling is a big component, of course. It tends to be the focal point of Pokemon, but, you know, as I've said a lot, I just don't think... I don't think this battle system is, like, the greatest single-player RPG system. I think it's just limited in some ways. And it's still fun, I still enjoy it, but I guess what I mean to say is at least I'm glad that I'm playing on normal mode and not challenge mode, because not only would I have the forced, like, triple battles for certain gym leaders and stuff like that, but also just the amount of potential tedium, like added tedium that would be there from trainers taking even longer to beat. Like, the boss fights are always enjoyable. And, like, not that the regular trainers aren't, but it's like, sometimes there's so many of them that it can feel a little... just a little bit tedious, I guess. Turn-based games aren't strangers to tedium, though, I suppose. That did way too much. I should have just gone Metagross, because I don't think Shadow Ball kills this, because this is a very bulky mon. Should have seen that coming. Oh my god. Oh, it's part fairy here too, which is good. Doesn't quite kill. Iron Fist would have done that. God damn it. I don't want to risk Meteor Mash missing. That is the better play here, hypothetically. What's up, Space Cowboy? Day was alright. It's okay. This thing's probably fake out. Maybe it goes for a dark move, which would be kind of annoying. But Bianca's gonna fully heal us anyway. So, yeah. I think I just Fire Blast. And, like, while it has been fun doing these streams more frequently than usual... Oh wow, we lit that? It's kind of crazy. Of course, I miss when it matters. It's been fun doing this, but I also... I think there's probably a balance to be had between, like maybe taking some time off would be good. Not like significant time off, but it's more just like when I did the every other day kind of thing. Yeah, I think I just let this die. Okay, fake out, that's fine. Would you have, like, Ice Punch or something? I think I just go into this. See what's up. But yeah, the daily streams can make it feel a little bit like accentuating the tedium of the regular trainers. And it's not really a fault of this game or this hack particularly, it's just kind of a Pokemon thing. But this stretch of the game has, like, as I've said a few times, my favorite locales in this game, and a lot of my favorite story events and stuff too. This is where things start to really pick up. And not even really quite yet either. But it's like in this stretch to the 7th gym, and then really just like all the way up until not even the Pokemon League, because you wrap up the story stuff before the Pokemon League, and then that's kind of a victory lap thing. What's up, Eric? Single battle. Oh, I guess we need to get into a battle and then... And then she'll heal us after? Okay, that's kind of annoying. I could purposefully get into a double battle then so that she can help, since I got 2 mons that fainted. I forgot that's how it worked. Like, I do still kind of think that battle-wise, the GameCube games being all double battles is actually more interesting as far as, like, a single-player experience is concerned, I would say. This is a pretty safe switch-in. Obviously, it's only neutral grass, but... Cross poison, we resist. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we do live that. Miraculously. That's what I was saying last time about Nidoking living neutral hits. This is pretty safe, I think. Barring random freeze dry on Dugong. Yeah, okay, cool. That's fine. Probably goes for Night Slash again, right? Oh, it goes cross poison on the super effective. Okay, Masharna gets some chip. So that way, Samurott... I think Samurott for sure kills Dugong, since it will be super effective. Cross poison. I always want to think that fighting resists poison, but it's just not the case. I think it's one of those where I'm just thinking of the inverse. Like how poison resists fighting, but... Butterfree's probably flying Psychic. So... I actually kind of think... Wait, how many Pokemon do they have left? Butterfree's the last one for the right side, so then it's going to be 2 against 1. I'm just going to heal up King here. Persian goes for T-Bolt. Maybe it'll get a parry, maybe it'll one-shot. Doesn't one-shot, wow, okay. Spadef must have been buffed then. Well, then again, this is a Persian. Using Thunderbolt, to be fair. Lands the Hurricane. Which is fine. I guess the problem is that it's going to outspeed. I think I go into this first. And then Volt Switch on the Butterfree into Nidoking. Yeah. Because that'll barely not kill. Goes for Storm Throw on you. Guaranteed crit. Wow. Wow. I know it's a guaranteed crit, but like, damn. Bebop. Go to Nidoking and Earth Power this Drapion. And then we'll get fully healed at the end of the battle. A nice fake out. Keep Sabin at full health. Knock this out guaranteed. Drapion's pretty cool. Coolmon, but it's another one where it's like it's hard to squeeze onto a team reliably, and I guess Toxicroak is kind of the same deal as far as Gen 4 poisons. It'd be fun to use a Croak at some point. Definitely want a darker steel type on the team to counteract that ×4 psychic weakness, though, but... I mean, I already established that, like, leaving this in on stab Earthquakes is not good, but I think I can revenge kill with this Grass Knot. Because, like, King is already... Like, we outspeed, first of all. This could one-shot? I don't know. Okay, it does. If it was like an Eviolite Solid Rock Rhydon, which it might have been Solid Rock, but it was both. It's honestly probably Lightning Rod to complement the Butterfree to draw in those electric attacks. But yeah, this area is fun because you get healed between battles. The battles are double battles. Like, to me, Reversal Mountain is kind of a breath of fresh air. After basically playing through more or less the same thing that you already did in Black and White 1. Now, this is unfortunate. If they were changing and adding stuff, why not add, like, another trainer that fights with this one? And I think usually this chick is, like, running around. Oh, of course. My favorite. My favorite gimmick. My favorite battle style ever. It's actually not a terrible setup. Could be a lot worse. I don't have Psychic move. I think I just YOLO EQ anyway. Interesting. High horsepowering the Pokemon that's not super effective against. Yvire goes down. CC. They just love CCing the Metagross. And it always tanks, because it's neutral, and we're defensive. I guess it'd be interesting if I did some kind of egg lock in this game and we did like EV-less egg lock. Like do the EV-less version, egg lock it. You could even do challenge mode maybe because you could make the eggs like perfect IVs and then and I like a good nature to kind of make up for challenge mode being probably annoying in some areas. It's on the other side for sure. I guess just like an egg lock in general, not having to worry about random encounters, like random Pokemon that you catch, like having to worry about their natures and IVs and shit, like you can kind of set that. Oh, I forgot about that item down there, shit. I don't know if that's anything worth getting, but... Charcoal. And Flamethrower, okay, okay. I did establish that, you know, weaker... Ooh. These guys not get Fire Blast? Fire Blast is what, 38, right? Flygon, I feel like... Yeah, Flygon gets Fire Blast. Is that better than, Scorching? Let me think here. Fire hits, opposing bugs, which I'm not necessarily scared of. Although, like, I can just U-turn out against them, I suppose. Hits steals, but so does this. This has a chance to burn. This also has a chance to burn. Also hits grass types. We have bug for grasses. Hits opposing ice types that I probably outspeed by and large, because I think this thing's base 120 speed in this. And we're plus speed nature. And it's been on the team for a while, so it probably has a good chunk of speed EVs. But if that's the case, it's like, am I really going to want to risk missing a Fire Blast? I feel like if I am going to run choice specs on this, I think Flamethrower is actually okay. The question is, what's the burn chance on Fire Blast? Is it still 10%? Because I know, like, Thunder, I want to say, is a 30% versus Thunderbolt's 10% para. Fire Blast. For some reason, I feel like this is still 10%, though. Effect. No, it does have a... oh, no, 30% in Gen 1. And then it got nerfed to 10% from Gens 2 to 5. Gen 6 power nerf. Okay, yeah. So it is 10% still. Versus Scorching Sands is for sure 30%. That's kind of like its gimmick, is the burn chance. Also, 5 PP is pretty bad. I should have just grabbed my mouse and dragged the thing to the bottom. Flamethrower. Is that something I want on you? Not really. There's not really, like, room for it. It's good coverage. This thing gets all a very colorful moveset, potentially. If I wanted to not run Volt Switch, which I very much do, then I could see myself subbing that out, but this is just too good for hitting ground types that can't really hit me back. Barring, like, Mold Breaker Excadrill specifically. In which case, this doesn't even hit Drill anyway, so... like, it's neutral. And then Draining Kiss is just like... well... with specs, I mean, Draining Kiss is just a good move, period. Base 70 and, like, it restores a lot. Yeah, I think considering I have so much ground and fire coverage elsewhere, I don't need this on Eel. But I do think on Flygon, it could be an option. Like, it hits steals, and it hits steals that are... like, Kling Clang, for instance, we're going to run into, and that has Levitate in this. Kling Clang has Levitate. And like I was saying, if we outspeed an Ice type, then I have a way to hit them super effectively, which is kind of cool. I think we just go for that. Trying to fish for burns with this is probably not really ideal. I think, especially with a spec set, just go for damage. And then for Nidoking, I do think that ground coverage is too redundant. What I really want is Ice Beam on this, I think. Like Bolt Beam plus Dual Stab. Play Rough has been kind of useful though, so maybe I just take Ice Beam over Thunderbolt since I don't really want to leave this in on water types anyway. That's kind of what the Eel's job is to deal with water types by and large. Yeah, seems good. I want to get that item behind the Strange House though. Also, fun fact that might be, people might already know, is that Reversal Mountain is actually different depending on which version you're playing. Like, this is the one where it's active, but I think in Black 2, it's all cooled off, and the theme reflects that. I think the theme in... I might be biased because this is the version that I played when I was a teenager, but I do think that this particular variation of the theme slaps. Granted, I don't know that I've listened to the other version very recently or anything. Shed Shell's interesting. Maybe, Well, the thing is, it's like Magnetism can trap my Metagross if it wants. I'm gonna click EQ and destroy it. EQ into BP, even. Or BP into EQ if I don't want to, like, have Colress heal him back to full or something. Yeah, that's right. Rock Polish. Another single battle. I guess I'll just get these guys to 52. Oh wait, what? Huh? This dude's blind. Probably smacked himself in the eye with his lasso too many times. Okay, good lead. Oh. I'll be honest, I very much did not expect that. Still dies, though. Like, you're still a ferret. Calm down. Goes into grass poison, dude. And it's just safe to go into this. Fire Blast. I guess I got red? Oh my god. Why is this thing so fucking strong, dude? I kind of just want to click Fire Blast and see how much it does. Like, it might one-shot. I mean, we're a Chandelure. We are a Chandelure. Oh wow, that did 0. Compared to your non-stab Earth Power. I'm gonna chalk that up to EVs or something. Like, that must be what it is, right? Otherwise, that makes no sense to me. This thing has a damn near perfect Spadef IV. I know that much. Very weird. Yeah, I don't really want to give this more experience if I can avoid it. For now. Which is why I didn't go into it. It would have been a good switch in there, actually. Let's go for Mash. Clear body, bitch. Gotcha. Just Meteor Mash again. Oh, my favorite. Aura Sphere. I mean, it's neutral. You're Stantler. I was gonna say, like... Alright, good. Deserved miss. Let's pull a punch. It's like this thing gets 1 attack boost, and it becomes a huge threat. And then not having Iron Fist becomes not a problem either. I don't necessarily think I want to run Choice Band, though. I think being able to pick stuff off that's being able to pick off fast and weak, or fast and low health threats with Bullet Punch after hitting with something else, I think is good. I mean, it's obviously good, I'm just saying, like... do I want to run specs on this? I don't know. I guess I just gotta not switch this in hard. I gotta go into, like, Eel and then Volt Switch out, like, slow Volt Switch out into... Chandelure. Because Shandy probably kills... It probably two-shots most things. I'd be surprised if it doesn't. And I'm actually wondering now what the original Volt White 2 would have been like, because I definitely have more experience with that. I do recall it being, like, definitely a step up from Blaze Black Volt White 1. Like, I had very much preferred it, from what I recall. You're gonna go for flying move. You're already in battle, so I'm very bad. I go into this. Oh, we're all shadow tagged. Okay. That's bullshit, but okay. I do switch Metagross to the middle, though. That shift you. Although, wait, yeah, it is based on turn order, though. Which is kind of dumb. I think that's kind of dumb. Because, like, rotation and rotation battles takes priority, just like switching out. So I feel like shifting should take priority in the same way, but whatever. Because now Metagross shifts to the middle for no reason. Yeah. I guess this going in the first slot is what? Is good, and then... Do I feel like Volt Switch just kills this, on top of whatever recoil it's gonna take from, like, Brave Bird or something. Yeah, I think I feel vindicated that I don't really like triple battles that much. I think that's what what it is, really. I just don't like this format. It's a neat idea, but I think in the form that it is in Gen 5, I just don't think it's... It feels like an unpolished method of battle. We have a Zam in the back? Okay. I just bullet punch this just in case it's Sash, although maybe it's better for Gross to go for a physical move on Bliss. And then I just attack this in case of the Focus Sash on Zam. It's not Sash. Okay. That's right. In fact, this might seem stupid, but because I don't want Flygon to get even more experience than it already has, I'm gonna try. It's also choice locked into Thunderbolt because I tricked it that choice scarf, so it can't be Eel. We're gonna knock out my own Flygon because it's already way ahead. And this Blissey's not a threat at all, because Eel walls it forever. In fact, if I could have shifted Megatron over to the outside, that would have been great too. But either way, we just go for Mash, and then... yeah, I guess we'll heal the Para. This should make you faster. Oh no, wait, it's Choice Scarf, duh. Never mind. It would if it wasn't Scarfed. And these guys can soak up all of the experience since they're the furthest behind. I kind of wish Shandy had a pivot move. Now, we were talking about the potential for certain legendaries existing in multiples out there. I think Heatran is confirmed to be one of those, which makes sense. The only myth is that it's like, what is it, like born in volcanoes or something, or something to that effect. It's like there's nothing limiting it. I do wonder if could there be multiple Darkrai's or Cresselias? I just don't... I'd have to look into the lore specifically, and I'm just like not that well versed on the lore of individual Pokemon, really. In Black 2, the mountain is cooled off. Yeah, exactly. I like that. I like the little difference there. Yeah, there are for sure multiple Heatrans. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what the criteria... I mean, I guess it's case by case, kind of. Like, I still withhold that box legendaries are for sure one of a kind. It'd be strange if there were, like, multiple Groudon or Kyogres out there. Why are there so many single battles? We have a partner. Why move the hiker? Why not just... Wormadam. I know this is gonna have a ground move, but I'm kind of like... It's a Wormadam, or Wormadam. I'm partially calling it Wormadam because, like, that's kind of the pun that it is using, but I've heard people use Wormadam as a way to pronounce it, so I don't know. Gotta be one of the most forgettable Bugmons, though. It's cool it has multiple forms and stuff, but, like... I totally forgot that Burmy is, like, a Gen 4 mon. That's like the early game bug, isn't it? That's pretty sad. Well, I guess that and Kricketot. Which, look, I know like Krickettoon's cry is a meme, but that Pokemon is like not... I've never like been super into it. It always just seems kind of underwhelming to me. It's cool that it gets sticky web in recent gens. That gives it a niche. Has good utility moves, I guess. Like, stat-wise, it is pretty underwhelming from what I understand, from what I recall. As it is with most early game bugs, but, like, come on. You look at, like, Leavanny and Scolipede, and I'm like, okay, they show up a little bit later than your average early game bug, but it's like, good, shake things up for the sake of them not being completely terrible. Just get rid of this shit. I think I was gonna go heal, and then I realized I didn't need to. Which mythical Pokemon narrative would I like to see explored the most? In-game? Let me think. I guess it's tricky, because I do feel kinda satiated about Mew and Celebi because of the movies. And I mean, all the mythicals get movies, but, like, as far as the ones I've seen, like, I've seen the first movie several times. I'm pretty sure I saw Pokemon Forever. I don't remember very much about it besides the Shadow Pokemon thing. Jirachi, I don't think I watched Wishmaker or whatever it's called, so I can't really speak on that. Victini doesn't seem super interesting to me. I like them on design-wise and, like, using it in battle, but I'd probably say Deoxys is a mythical, right? That's probably my Deoxys might be my favorite mythical. I think Deoxys is really cool. And I guess, like, Celebi does have that event in Heart Gold Soul Silver, which is pretty cool, where, like, warps you to fight Giovanni. And confirms that Silver is Giovanni's son. I think that's fun. But that already exists. Yeah, and, like, I guess we got the Delta episode for Deoxys already, kinda, so... And then I can't say I necessarily care for the modern mythicals as much. What's like Zeraora, Magearna, stuff like that. I sleep, literally. Just need you to miss. Okay, finally I went for something else. Magnet boosted. This thing is pretty specially bulky though, so I'm not sure. Can you stop? Like, can you stop? I know it's gonna keep going for this because that's like the strat with them on like this, but stop. Stop it. Get some help. And like annual way this kills, yeah. I'm gonna be super stubborn about this. Also, I don't have a dark type to like soak up the future sights or dream meters or anything. 100% accurate, apparently. But yeah, I guess to answer the question truly would be I think Deoxys if it counts. I think I'm just gonna stick with that. Even though we did get Delta episode, I'm just like, I don't know. I think that mon is really cool. Maybe, I mean, maybe Jirachi. Maybe. Thank you for missing one. Or, I did forget about Shaman, though. I do think... I like Shaman. That one's cool. Yeah, I like the form switching thing that Deoxys can do. And just, like, conceptually, design-wise, it's very cool. Very cool. Not just like its physical design, but, like, stat-wise and move pool and all of that. Just for bounce. Power Herb. Lit. That's right. I keep going to heal and then I'm like, wait a second. That's the first PP up of the game, okay. Shouldn't be too surprised. I mean, it makes sense not to dole those out too early on. Flame Orb. I already have one of these. The Double Pig. Dusclops. Mr. Clops. What would you go for here? I feel like you just go for Ghost move. In which case... I don't really have a great way to hit Ghost types, do I? It just occurred to me. You get Night Slash. I don't think Sabin gets any dark coverage. This thing, I don't think... Like, also probably doesn't get dark coverage because it's weak to it. Usually a good rule of thumb. I kind of just want to surf and see how much it does. I guess that's why I did kind of want a dark type on the squad. And like, yeah, we had Zoroark, and that was an option. I just kind of foresee the frailty of Zoroark becoming a problem. Like, it's not really great defensively, and yeah, fast mons that hit hard are typically not great defensively, but like, I mean, Chandeler's not super fast, but like, it hits hard. It has solid defenses, right? You probably have either Psychic move or Electric move. I'm gonna bank on you going for like Psybeam or something random. Or Psychic, I guess. Goes for T-Bolt. So Nidoking could have been a good play. Are you fishing for freezes? That was an odd decision there. Just no water type. Probably just goes for water move, yeah. is your last. Sack this. I can play a little bit more. I can like actually sack Mons on purpose, thanks to the full heal between every battle. Oh wow, we actually lived. You probably do have Psychic though. I don't really have great switch-ins to Psychic either, wait a second. Like, yeah, Metagross, but it's like Psychic into Pump or something is, not great. I'm just gonna go into this. Need a Pokemon Historia book that tells a timeline. Yeah, that could be interesting. Could be interesting. Though I guess, like, even though Hyrule Historia is very cool, I do have a copy of it. I do take the timeline with that series with a huge grain of salt. I don't really pay it. I don't really give it a lot of merit or a lot of weight. Because, primarily because the developers don't seem to really care about it too much. I think the fans... I intended to do a video on this closer to when I was in kind of a Zelda mood, but it's one of those things where I think the fans get a little carried away with trying to identify how the timelines fit together, and it's like, well, here's how it fits together. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are connected. Ocarina, Majora, Twilight Princess are connected. Wind Waker, Phantom Hourglass, and Spirit Tracks are connected. Everything else? I mean, there's other connections, Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 and stuff, but like, a link to the Past, Link Between Worlds, but it's like, how those groups of games connect to each other? Who cares? like that. I know it's like, okay, maybe you might care, but it's like, there's not, in my opinion, there's not like solid enough evidence for these groups of games to be connected in certain ways, and I kind of think that the split timeline thing is sort of, I mean, obviously something like that has to be there, but like, I don't really necessarily need an explanation, if that makes sense. I'm content to just say, like, okay, these groups of games are related, clearly, and that's it. That's it. That's all I need. I don't need every single Zelda game to be connected in some weird way of like, oh, well, if Link beats again in here, or if he dies to Ganon here, then this happens. And then it's like, I don't know. And also, clearly, Skyward Sword is the earliest point in the timeline, because not only did they say so, but also it's like the origin of the Master Sword and all of that. But you could realistically arrange those groups of games. If you wanted to put them on a linear timeline or a split timeline, you could kind of arrange them in pretty much any order you wanted and probably figure out a way to justify it. Like, you could justify Breath of the Wild and Tears being at the end of the timeline, you could justify it being just after Skyward Sword or something. Like, there's so many different ways that you could do it. Which I think is cool. I actually kind of prefer that, of having that open interpretation instead of having something hard and fast. As far as, like, how these groups of games connect. And as I was saying, I don't even need them to connect. But if I want to make those connections in my head, and it makes sense to me, that's all that really matters to me. I'm gonna guess they're gonna go for, like, fighting type move on Samu. Like, 8 might go for Flare Blitz or something on... It goes for Heat Wave, okay. Yeah, Metagross takes a lot from that. This should one-shot Ape. Like, it's fun to speculate and figure out how individual games connect to each other, but it's like to a point, you know? Like, as I've said about, like, SMT5, it's like clearly, maybe not clearly, but like it seems like there's some kind of connection to Nocturne. And if the game takes place after a particular ending in Nocturne, maybe. But it's also one of those things where it's like, at least thus far, I'm not done with it yet, but it's like, it seems like it's open enough, like interpretation-wise, to where you could kind of you know, headcanon it in a number of ways. But I think it's mostly because, like, unless there is an explicit connection between certain games, like I was saying with Zelda, then, how have I phrased this in the past? I kind of just, like, take the games as, like, standalone, more or less, beyond that. Just like in any series, really. Just do this. Maybe I should have used... Oh, well, we burned anyway. What would you say is the best decade in the world that you've experienced so far? Ooh. That's tricky. I guess if we're talking, like... I mean, I only experienced, like, the back half of the 90s. So, I don't know if I can necessarily... It's one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, I'm a 90s kid. As in, like, I do remember certain things about growing up then, but it's, like, not... Like, I was still a young child, you know, by the time the 90s ended. So I would feel kind of uncomfortable speaking on that. And also, I guess, in what regard, right? It's pretty hard for me not to pick the 2010s, though, because that was, like, high school and college, basically. Yeah, that's probably what I would say. Is like 2010 to 2019 is what I pick, because plus the 2020s aren't over, and I mean, it didn't exactly start out the greatest, to be fair. But I would also say that in some ways, as far as like my personal life is concerned, that I'm kind of like the best I've been, just like as a person. I feel like still got things to work on, obviously, as is always the case, but I guess just feeling like more comfortable in my skin and like all of that kind of stuff. Because I don't know, I guess not to get like too deep or anything, but it's like I wasn't the most secure when I was like in high school and stuff. Like I was pretty insecure about a lot of things. And definitely a lot less so now, for sure. So I think that's a lot of it, like just kind of general just confidence and comfortability with being me. Even if there again are there's plenty to work on and all of that. This is a problem. It's an ice type that Metagross can't switch in on. I think I just stay in then. Because, like, it's a Bronzong. But Icy Wind to get Frostlass weakened a little bit. Yeah, the 2000s were great for cartoons and movies and stuff. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. And I guess as far as, like, games... Like, life generally, I think my pick would be 2010s. It's just like the much more interesting stretch for me, I think. Like video game wise, I mean, I guess like if we're talking TV and movies, it's like I just don't really watch many of those now. So there is definitely a bias in that regard towards when I was growing up. Because like I'm not even taking in like the best of the best when it comes to movies and TV shows, which is why I'm able to, partially why I'm able to play so many games, because like that is the main form of media that I choose to engage with when I have time. But I'd have to map out, like... what... Like, kind of make a list generally of, like, my favorite games. And then... This could be an interesting thing. And then, like, look at where they fall on a timeline and, like, where is the closest... Or where is, like, the biggest cluster, you know? I definitely think that fewer games... These past, I don't know, quite a few years, honestly. There's been fewer and fewer games that pique my interest, at least, like, on day one, certainly. But I don't even necessarily view that as a bad thing, because it's like, okay, more time to play stuff that I missed, or replay games that I already love. And also it saves me money, because it's like, oh, a game launched broken? I mean, that sucks. It's not okay, but it's like, I guess I don't have to spend 60 or 70 bucks on it. Oh well. You know? And I guess I have been pretty fortunate that the games that have been very excited about have not particularly been disappointing either. I feel like I kind of know how to pick them when it comes to new releases, like picking out, like eyeing new releases, and whether I think they're going to be bangers, at least for me personally. 2000s, yeah, I think technology-wise, I guess if there's one issue with the 2010s, it is that increasing focus on social media, which is something that I don't particularly care for. I think Eel is pretty safe here. They wouldn't go for Rock Move when there's 2 Rock Resists out. I do have a lot of nostalgia for, like, the flip phone era and stuff like that, but I was still, like, relatively young when, like, the iPhone came out, right? What year was that? 07? So I was, like, not even a teenager yet. Like, almost, but not quite. And granted, the iPhone didn't become, like, extreme, or, like, you know, smartphones in general and that stuff didn't become extremely prevalent right away or anything, but it's definitely more of a luxury item at the time. And in some sense it still is, but it's just like, if you're getting a phone, that's what you get, you know? Is you get a smartphone. Typically. Nice, defeat a strange on Archeops. I think I just ignore Archeops and Grass Knot this. Because yes, it is neutral, but... So we tanked that Rock Slide pretty well, I'd say. That did a surprising amount. I think we lived this, though. And we flinched, okay. That's annoying. But I do also think there are a lot of fantastic games that came out even, like, in the 90s and stuff. But, like, I think about the 2010s and I'm like, there are so many amazing games, like, in that decade even, that I'm like... Wait, did I just get knocked that far down from 2 attacks? That doesn't make sense. Did something crit? This is why Coil would maybe be nice. I mean, I wouldn't be making use of the attack buff, though, but... Oh, that's probably what it went for. That might be it. But no, because then I would have been way lower. I don't know. You say smartphones became commonplace around 2013. Yeah. I think that's around when I got my first iPhone as well, actually. That's probably fair. I'm trying to think back. It's hard to remember exactly. Because it's weird as far as, like, modern releases, because I would say that there have been quite a few games. Well, I guess some of them are older games that I played recently. But in some cases, like Fire Emblem Three Houses and like Persona 3 Reload. And like I had played Fess, obviously, but like, you know, years after it came out, of course, but like those two are for sure all-timers for me. And that's within the past, what, 5 years? I guess Three Houses fits into that 2010 to 2019 stretch, but like RE4 remake, I mean, I guess remakes still count because like they are games that you can play, but it's also based on a game that existed during like the 2000s. If you look at like RE4 and System Shock was the 90s, but Persona 3 even, that 2000 to 2010 stretch. But I've talked about it before, too, where I'm like, new IP kind of take a lot to, like, catch my interest. Because a lot of the time, honestly, a lot of games that are shown off that are new IP just, like, don't... It's not gonna, like, interest me just because, oh, it's a new IP. Like, it has to actually, like, be interesting beyond that. And I do think that some people get so hung up on, like, I'm tired of remakes, I want new IP, that when a new IP is shown, it's like, oh, Redfall! Oh, Deathloop! And I guess Deathloop people do like, but I shouldn't pick, like, two examples from the same company, but, like, Redfall, for sure. Like, Redfall! Oh! What's another example? Fuck. Oh, Callisto Protocol, and it's like, look how those turned out, buddy. Look, new IP. Callisto, worse than the Dead Space remake, as far as I understand. I only played Dead Space, I didn't play Callisto, but most people would agree, at least. I don't want to fall into that trap either, because I don't like it when that's levied against me, either. What's up, EB Camp? This, I don't remember this at all. Maybe I am just thinking of vanilla Voltway 2. Straight up. Maybe I played even less of Redux than I thought, maybe. I think the Hue fight before Chargestone I just forgot about because it was super easy, but... Even Metaphor, I'm like a little bit... I think the game's gonna be good. What is Redux again? This is, it's like Drayano has been doing ROM hacks for years and years and years. So he did like a ROM hack of the original Black and White 2 in like 2012 or whenever it came out in the West. And then Redux was him and Aphex Cubed. I think Aphex Cubed was the primary developer. And then Drayano helped with it. And it's just kind of like an updated version, like a more polished version, I'd say generally, of the original ROM hack where it like introduces fairy typing and modern move changes and stuff like that, in addition to just like making the game more challenging generally. But there are 3 different difficulty modes, since Black and White 2 have 3 difficulty modes, so they're actually able to leverage that with the ROM hack, which is very cool. So if you do want a more casual experience, there is easy mode, which is nice. I'm playing on normal, because challenge mode makes some tweaks that I'm not the biggest fan of. Like making certain gym battles, double battles or triple battles or whatever, kinda arbitrarily. And there's some additional like story and dialogue scenes, nothing too crazy, but like stuff like this. Where it's like, okay, Caitlyn and Cynthia talking. Played Vault Wipe but never finished it, was kind of too hard. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think those earlier hacks are definitely less polished, I would say, than the more recent ones. I think starting with Renegade, which I guess it's really just been Renegade, Platinum, and this, I think are great. I mean, Renegade might be a little bit on the hard side, depending, but I don't know, I think largely it was pretty fair, and I was pretty underleveled a lot of the time, too, to be fair. Like, the Elite Four, I think I'd have to check, was I like 10 levels under or something crazy? So I had to rely on full restores and whatnot to like even get through. Which is why I don't Nuzlocke. Not a big fan of doing Nuzlocks these days, personally. Surprised we didn't see Chantal at the Strange House or something. Because I bet... I know Marshall was... I think Marshall was always at the outside of Twist Mountain, but they kind of like fleshed out that encounter into an actual encounter, and now this. Oh, this early? Word? Well, that opens up a lot more we can explore. There's a waterfall even all the way back at Route 19. Or Route 20, I always forget. Route 20. We do fight Hugh when we try to leave. So I want to try to not proc that if I can help it. I love this route theme. Like, this might be one of my favorite route themes in Pokemon, like, period. It's so good. We'll hear it a lot more when we actually leave town. It actually might play south of here, too, in fact. But now I'm tempted, I'm like, do I go back? The plan today was just to get to Opelucid, so like... I feel like we're making pretty good time. We still gotta go to Lacunosa. Still gotta go through Village Bridge, which honestly, there's not a ton of trainers there. There's a good number, but not... it's not terribly long. You know the soundtrack is awesome? Yes. Yes, I would say for sure. XY has some solid tracks too, yeah. I think I'd have to listen to the route themes again for X and Y, but I think the trainer battle theme in X and Y might be the best one. I think the trainer battle theme here is also good, but like, dude, they... just like the regular trainer battle theme in X and Y, like, they really nailed it there. Some of the other battle themes, I'm like, kind of, it's just different. It's a different vibe. I'm excited for remixes of them for ZA, for Legends Zaza, but yeah. See, that's one that even if Legends ZA comes out and it's like an unpolished turd, which I don't think that's necessarily what'll happen. But even if that does happen and it's like bad for some reason, at least the music we can pretty much guarantee will be good. That's a plus. I'll take that. Do I want to do this now? Like head south? I guess there's no reason not to. It's just the waterfalls are gonna be... I'm gonna be tempted to like do those, but I don't think there's like not that many waterfalls, right? There's definitely none from Castelia to Mistralton. You're part fighting in this, so I'm gonna... go for the Draining Kiss. Clean 2-hit KO. Obviously, if this bounce... I don't know why they keep going for bounce. Gyarados went for bounce on Eel, and it's like, is that really the best thing you got? Like, you can't para me. This is just Gen 6 mechanics, so we're totally immune to para. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. And the fact that it isn't coming out this year is like a big sign that I'm like, okay, maybe Maybe they're actually listening. To an extent. It's like, can we go back to when the worst thing you could say about a Pokemon game is that it's too easy? Can we at least get back to that, and then we can talk about the difficulty and difficulty options and like all that kind of stuff? Like the conversation is, it's gotten so out of whack that it's like, can the game at least function? Can it function? And I think given the release date is 2025, I'm hoping that it will be actually great. And I liked Legends, the first Legends game too. But it definitely had definitely a little rough around the edges, but I think just like not just conceptually, but just like a lot of the changes and stuff like that. Too easy game progression graphics. Yeah, and it's like even then, shit. I mean, I don't like the chibi style of Gen 6, but I'd take that over like how the games are looking lately, personally. And it's not even really necessary, it's more so performance than graphics for me, I would say. But they kind of like fall into that general just polish camp. Let's see. 53, keep getting everyone to 53. Who's furthest? Shandy. Still have it nicknamed Electros. I keep calling him Eel. What is eel in Japanese? Is it umi? Or is it... Unagi, that's it, yeah. I think I just call him Unagi or something. It's got some flavor to it. No, I don't mean the eel has some flavor to it. I probably have had eel, but I don't remember what it tastes like. You're not a normal type in this, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, I seem to remember, I'm sure it's good. I don't know how it wouldn't be. It's just been a while, but... Into Lunatone, I feel like even if you do go for Power Gem, I find it hard to believe it would one-shot. Okay, we just one-shot. That's the power of Shadow Ball right there. Shit. Now I have to switch out because I'm choice locked. This is pretty safe, switch in. Expensive AF. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. There's Ice Punch this. Superpower. We should chew this pretty early. Yeah. Wow. I mean, I know that's neutral, not stab, but... Jeez, Metagross is a tank. Alright, everyone's catching up to Flygon slowly. Lead King. Is there anything over here? I don't think so. It's just rocks, like it'll just block me, yeah. It's like there might be some items up these waterfalls that would be good, but I'm also like, what other items could I really use? I guess besides TMs, right? Let me double check while these animations are playing out. Play Rough is pretty free here. Go for that. Let me check the docks item changes, and I want Sludge Wave. Route 9. That's this route, I want to say. Right? Knock Punch doesn't kill me. I mean, maybe if it's Iron Fist or something, but I feel like it'd have to be Guts boosted. for there to be a chance of that. I think Play Rough still kills you, assuming I land. This is ×4. Sheer Force boosted. Yeah, it's pretty lit. Yeah, Play Rough has actually been very useful. I think I'm just going to keep it on the set. Even though we're modest. Like, the physical attack stat on this thing is actually still... It's still higher than its special attack, so... Yeah, can easily run mixed on this. There's not really much of a reason to not run Earth Power, though. It's just stronger than Earthquake. Since Earthquake doesn't get Sheer Force boosted. The only thing would be Poison Tail, with that high crit chance. Like, putting that back on. But then, like, Sludge Wave is going to be even stronger than this by 5. So, I think we just go for that. Even the most specially defensive Fairy type is not going to want to take that. Oops. This team actually kind of slaps up fairies. I mean, we got only 2 fairy weeks and then 3 resists, which is pretty cool. No, so in this hack, they actually changed it. I don't remember... I feel like Poison Tail is normally like 50, 100. I don't know that it can miss usually. I think it's just kind of weak. But it has a chance to badly poison and has a high crit rate. With Sheer Force, obviously the poison chance would get removed, but the crit rate is still there. Yeah, Aqua Tail is normally 90-90. They even lowered Aqua Tail's accuracy and gave it a little bit more power. I think it's like 100 power, 80 accuracy in this hack or something along those lines. Yeah, I think Poison Tail is normally just like 50 power, 100 accuracy. But it's that crit chance which is like kind of nice, because that doesn't get removed from Sheer Force. Which also means that if a move only has a high crit rate, then it doesn't get boosted. It's like Poison Tail, it's the best of both worlds. And they buffed it to 80 power, if I didn't already say that, in this hack. So it's actually, like, kind of good. It's like Poison Jab, but just, like, better, basically, in this hack. Let me double check that we are on Route 9. I think... This is 14. Oh, that's right, Super, yeah, the shopping mall, duh. Yeah, 8, 9, and then... It just goes around. Yeah, Route 21. 22. I love this added section over here. It's very cool. Makes the region feel a lot more dynamic, too, and not just like a circle. Yeah, Route 10 is north of here, that's right, but it's blocked off. Okay. Let me engage in this battle, and let me check... What about Ice Beam? Giant Chasm, that's right, okay. So you get that pretty late. Maybe it's in a part of Giant Chasm that we can access before Marlin. Not that it would be super useful on Marlin, but it just... I want Ice Beam for Samurott and Nidoking. I think Beedrill's the biggest threat here. Actually, does Mash plus Icy Wind kill this? Hold up. Probably, right? So then... Maybe I'm not really scared of Dusclops, so I think I am just gonna double down on the B. Interesting it didn't go for ground move. Raging Fury on the Gross? Or, okay, maybe you can't choose targets for that because it's like Outrage, I think. Starting to wonder if Expert Belt would be better served on something else besides Samurott. But I'm also like, it's just a good item, though. Especially because I will likely stick with Sacred Sword because it breaks through defense buffs. And Sacred Sword base power-wise is only 90, versus like CC, which we'll get later, being 120. It's like, okay, maybe I do... I don't think this thing gets close combat for a while, still. Watch it get it, like, right now. No, but... it gets superpower now, but... The attack drop is just bad. Target stats changes don't affect this attack's damage, yeah. It's like that's maybe kind of niche utility, but if anything goes for like coil or iron defense or bulk up, I can cut through. But I guess I also have like surf to hit on the special side if that's really a concern. It's just a shame about that Icy Wind doing so little. Because I'm like, okay, if it was if I was holding Never Melt Ice, that would have killed the bee. But I don't know, I think overall it's probably fine. I'm wondering if you would switch here or not. I think I'm going to in Sludge Bomb. Seems pretty free to me. Maybe Power Herb or what? No Power Herb. This is gonna do a lot. It one-shots. You know, once we get Sludge Wave, it's gonna be even crazier. Which is lit. Heavy Slam's an interesting option, because this mon is heavy. But Mash is just better. Overall, it does the same regardless of the opposing Pokemon's weight, and the attack raise chance is just too good, even though it never procs for me. Flame Burst, not even Flamethrower at this point. Sludge Wave with Sheer Force. Well, they both get boosted, so it's like 90 versus 95. The thing with Sludge Bomb is that it's normally a 30% poison chance, and Wave is normally a 10%, so usually you run Bomb over Wave, unless you're strictly going for damage. And since Sheer Force does remove the poison chance regardless, you just want to go for the most powerful option. But I think with the boost factored in, I want to say it's 60%, because it's 30% from Sheer Force, 30% from Life Orb. So it's like, isn't it 144? Right, because 10% is 9. You multiply that by 6, which is 54. 144 versus 95, so you have 9.5 times 6, which would be 54 plus... Math. Math. Shit. Sorry, I'm bad at math. I'm not actually. Wouldn't claim to be. 9.5 times 6, 57. Oh, it is just 3 more. Okay, I was tripping. But plus 95, it's 152. If my math is mathin'. 144 versus 152 when all is said and done, when everything's factored in. Well, not stab, actually. So actually, you factor stab in, and you get another, what, 76 on top of the 152? That's crazy. Yeah, I guess it is only 3. Well, I mean, like, plus the... Does that make sense? 9.5 times 6. Yeah, I guess like the bonus is only 3 more, but then you also have the 5 BP to begin with that it's higher. Yeah, and then you factor in stab, and it's like, whoa. Whoa. That's why I think Sheer Force Life Orb is just very cool. It just deal big damage with no drawbacks. Literally. Like, I think it's dope that you avoid the Life Orb recoil when you're using moves that are boosted. It's just, I don't know, it's such a cool combo. That's why I wanted to use Nidoking. Nidoking was kind of the one I built this team around, sort of. There were some others, like Chandelure, I really wanted to use, and then Flygon, I think, as well, but... yeah, by and large, it was like Nidoking was like the mon that I wanted to use this playthrough, and it's been awesome so far, which I'm very happy about. You are a fisherman, so you have... oops, you have water types. Max Potion. Oh, I didn't spray a Repel, I guess. The 2 balloons. Pretty sure Jigglypuff is called the balloon Pokemon in the Pokédex. That sounds right. Wait. See, I guess we can go to Abundant Shrine then with Waterfall. Why do you have to have so many Mons, though? Wonder Room, doesn't that neutralize? No. Defense and Special Defense are swapped. I don't think you having slightly higher Spit F is going to matter here. Yeah, no, Drifblim is... Drifloon and Drifblim do have quite the dark Pokédex entry. Honestly, like a lot of the ghost types do. To be fair, like Phantom is another one. And even the Litwick line as well. So it's one of those, I don't know, Ghost type's one of those where in-universe, I could see it being very difficult to tame them. And from what I recall about a particular Haunter and or Gengar in the anime, I'm like, yeah, that does add up. And that, was there a Pokemon Generations flip where they go into the old chateau? That one was pretty creepy. Yeah, and Phantoms is like crazy dark as well. Pretty sad. And it's like, obviously Game Freak wouldn't necessarily show these Pokédex entries explicitly, but it would be nice to have a little bit more character, like, give the Pokemon a little more character when they're wandering in the open world, or whatever. As opposed to just kind of, like, standing around or walking around. Like, have them doing things that actually make sense, with their Pokédex entries and whatnot. And I mean, it's not like they haven't done that in the past, necessarily, either, but... yeah, like, I guess by reading the Pokédex entries, you certainly wouldn't think so. They don't really lean into it too hard, though, which is understandable. But... Cross chop, that is stab, but we do tank that. Evire goes down. I just want to EQ you. Oh, well, I might die to this, so... Nope, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, kind of a nice balance. Yeah, I'd say so. I think it's fine. I don't need Pokemon to be, like, super, super dark or anything like that. Like, darker than it already, like, can be with, I guess, the Pokedex entries and whatnot. Or even, I know a few streams ago we were talking about the GameCube games and how that tone is probably the furthest you'd probably want to go as far as grittiness, I would say. Because I wouldn't even necessarily pitch the GameCube games as being like dark is not necessarily the term that I would go with. I know what people mean when they say that, though. What is the important thing when it comes to linguistics, I suppose? I think gritty is a good way to put it. Maybe it's just because it's because the Ore region is like sandy. Maybe that's why it fits more to me, but there's kind of like a grit and grime to the GameCube duology. And that shit's goated. Oh, we got Scald? Anyone learn Scald? Maybe, has Eel learned Scald? Where did that go? Acro, Will-O-Wisp. I feel like Eel doesn't learn Scald, which is unfortunate. Scald is obviously better than Surf. It's a little weaker, but the burn chance is really nice, but I kind of just need Surf a lot. So that's one of those annoying things with HMs where it's like, okay, in a real battle scenario, I would take Scald. Or this thing gets Wave Crash eventually, so maybe even that, but I'm not going to run Scald plus Surf, that just doesn't make sense. I'm just going to run Surf because it has overworld utility. But I think I am going to teach Waterfall and then just move relearn something else. Yeah, it is kind of a bummer that it still comes up even in these games. I think this is the least egregious. It probably is. I mean, Gen 6 is probably even less egregious because there's like almost no HM usage from what I recall. But like Gens 3 and 4 are definitely, well, okay, Gen 2 is pretty rough too, because like Whirlpool and all of that, but just play Gold, I guess. Just play Gold version, you don't really have to worry about Whirlpool. Except for Dragon's Den, but you know, it's like a one-off. Yeah, that's like the... If I could change one thing about these games, about the DS games, like that definitely is a downside. I'm kind of used to it, but it's pretty annoying at times. Thankfully, in hacks like these, the HM moves are buffed to be actually somewhat decent, usually. I don't want to waste a Hyper on those. Hypers are kind of expensive. Have any vitamins? Just the PP up. Then again, I do have quite a bit to sell here. I might sell the plates, because I already have Dragon Fang. It's the same effect. I'm not going to be running Arceus, so... Yeah, alright, fine. I'm trying to remember, in Oris, I think Rock Smash is still a TM, right? So it's like, why... It's like, I get that you could end up soft-locking yourself, potentially. I don't know, I still think the solution is obvious, and it's like, oh, you've got a water type in your party, you can surf. Or at least, you know, if you're given, like, once you're given the ability to do it or something, but... Or just have other move slots that aren't these, that you can teach them HMs. Like, have it be an additional move they can use, just outside of battle's sake. It's annoying. Also, it would be fun to see... It'd be fun to, like, actually physically be riding on Samurott in the water and see that. That's the thing I think Let's Go did pretty well. Because Let's Go literally lets you do that with the Watermons, and they had unique animations and stuff like that. Because I think the ride Pokemon are cool, but I want it to be Pokemon that that are actually in my party helping me out, instead of, like, these somewhat arbitrary, I guess you could say story-related mons. So down there I've already been. Machamp Pokeride's pretty fun, yeah. They are charming. I do like them. But yeah, the Machamp was pretty cool. And like how it's just like cradling you, it's funny. You definitely have Dark move. So go into this. Just trying to think of waterfall spots. Definitely the one on Route 20. And then... It's like I'm 99% sure there's none. I don't think there's like any others, actually. There's none on the Black and White 1 path. There's some in Victory Road, but we're not there yet. Go Eland Grass Knot, I think. Oh. Well, this is nerfed Explosion, though, so I don't think it one-shots. Yeah, that does a lot, but... It's because Gigalith is strong, not because Explosion's a good move anymore. What would you go for? I guess I just go into this. Unless you randomly Ice Punch for no reason. That'd be unfortunate. This or Drain. It resist? Oh my... Oh, that's great. I was like, what? Yeah, speaking of, literally. One shot. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep Play Rough on this, because, like, Nidoking switches into fightings, since it does resist. Something tells me it normally doesn't get Play Rough, though, because I feel like you would actually... That would actually maybe be a viable move slot option on this. In, like, competitive singles, if it got it. In certain circumstances, at least, like you'd think. But Nidoking's move pool is so good that it's like... It definitely has 4 move slot syndrome pretty bad. When tornadoes and thunders were whipping up storms that damage houses and fields all over the Unova region, landers made them stop. Story from when my grandpa was just a little kid. Sounds like your grandpa has PTSD from the genie's wrecking shop. I guess this was the game that the Therian forms were introduced into. It was not a thing in Black and White 1. And I still remember that PokeRadar app. For 3DS, I guess it must have been specifically. I don't think I ever played it enough to get the genies, but I remember like messing around with it, with that little kind of mini game. Might as well just spray another repel. Repel. What do you have to say? It's the great landeress that protects this land with rich soil and prosperous harvest. Hey, appreciate you stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your evening, or whatever time of day it might be for you. I shouldn't assume, but you know. Alright, I guess there's a few trainers here. I've only been through this area like maybe a handful of times in my time. Leads Rose Raid. What am I leading again? Oh, nice. It's a great lead. You do not tank a Fire Blast, although you do tank one if I miss. I'm just worried about Flamethrower not picking up KOs that Fire Blast otherwise would. So I think the miss chance is actually like kinda unnecessary evil. I have no switch-ins. Man, not having a Ghost Resist is so annoying. I know you kill me with Shadow Ball for sure, so I should switch out. I have a couple revives in the bag, though, that I can use after. So, okay, fine. Oh my god, we lived. If that Fire Blast landed, that would have been so amazing. Dude. See, it's like if Fire Blast lands, it's better than Flamethrower, but if it doesn't, then it's like I'm better off just clicking Flamethrower twice in that case. Ugh, so annoying. Do you still have Levitate in this? Why did I go into this when I'm weak to it? I don't know, maybe I live. If Chandelure lived, I feel like this thing might live. Yeah. I don't think the crit mattered. Either way, I would have bullet punched after. 54. Goes in the Scun Tank. This is a decent switch in, because you're probably going to go for Dark Move or Fire Move. This for Flame. No Burn. Pretty clean to a KO. Oh, never mind. Do you want to count that as a second hit, then it still is a 2 KO. There's an Acrobit. Crobit. Go with this. Goes to the bravest of birds again. Does paltry damage. Crobat goes down. Go ahead and heal up. I should have revived first so I don't have to back out of the menu again, but... Maybe I have a max revive and I just use that. Do I? No. Max potion. Use this for convenience so I don't have to go all the way back. And then I will grab that fly dove and fly back to Route 20, see what's up over there for that waterfall, and then I guess go delete waterfall and continue on. Winds. Let's look at the embryo. Winds. Oh, SpongeBob will never not be quotable. Shiny Stone kind of useless. It's up on the upper ledge. Yeah, so I have to fight the twins. These are fine leads. Especially because I'm not running a spread move on Nidoking. That's I guess that's another positive side with Earth Power, is it's single target. Sometimes you do want spread moves, of course. Like, I do have 2 levitators, so there's that, but like here. But this Arcanine's probably also Intimidate, so... Yeah, it's Intimidate. And that means that you guys don't resist... Or, well, you're not immune to, Fire Blast, which I have 0 PP on, which I didn't consider. Oof. Actually, I think Ninetales might be the bigger threat. Low-key. Like, this is gonna do a lot. Because of the sun boost. Yeah, and they get the burn, which is unfortunate. Heat Wave does have a... I want to say higher burn chance than usual, though. I think it is like 20%, maybe. It's definitely not 10. I'm pretty sure it's either 20 or... I don't think it's 30, though. I think it is 20, exactly. If memory serves. Goes in the Boar. The Mold Breaker, which means that I'm not actually immune to your fire moves. It's kind of scary. Well... No, I want this to get the level up. I think I try to just Earth Power this, because maybe Arcanine goes for Crunch again. Which means that Jin is going to resist it. Oh, we outspeed even. Okay. Okay. This does in fact one-shot. There's the high horsepower. Going to Flygon because it resists, and Levitate. This times 4 against Emboar in this hack. It's Fire Ground. So okay, it doesn't quite kill. Got both of my level 55s out here. I do want... Yeah, I guess it's not a huge deal. No, wait, I want to go for... I think I just go for Surf again. And I go for Dragon Pulse. This might just kill, respects. Yeah, nice. 130 special attack or something dumb. Crazy. Thinking about it, I actually really like my nicknames for the Unova starters. And I mean, it's likely that I just stick with those, because it's like, it's just too fitting. Like, naming Serp Solidus after, you know, MGS2's Solidus Snake. Jin from, what's it called? You could either say Ghost of Tsushima, but it's really from Samurai Champloo that I'm thinking. And of course I name my Embor's Dimitri, are you kidding me? The Boar Prince? I just give this to... Oh, you already have at least 100 attack EVs then. Well, I get... Oh. I'm gonna... Where were those berries again? Those stat-changing berries. Because I might want to go and, like, for instance, get rid of all of Lumeria's... I'm not going to ever tweak EVs or anything in Pika Hex. I feel like that's, like, changing too much. But there are berries that lower certain EVs, and I think Raise Friendship, that's not really relevant here, but if a mon is solely a special attacker or solely a physical attacker, I'd rather lower and get, like, clear out the opposite attack stat to make room for the EVs to go elsewhere. I'm trying to think where that was. I feel like it was maybe Castelia? I guess I'll just check. I'm gonna get my flyer and go around the region anyway. It's not really going to make a difference for what to do with this protein, I guess. Because, like, you're only special attacking. You're probably... I could run mixed attack on this, but I currently don't have plans for that. I guess U-turn, it increases U-turn damage, so, like, sure. Not really doing that for damage, but it is stab. It is stab U-turn. So, like, yeah, I guess why not? And then you could... This thing could potentially run a physical move, but I just don't... It's got a perfect special attack IV. I feel like it makes sense to just run fully special. But yeah, I think those are the only IVs I'm going to want to clear. Is, like, physical attack on Chandler and, I guess, like, special attack on Megatron, even though you could be a special mixed attacker too. I just feel like taking advantage of that attack stat makes too much sense. I want to say back in Gen 3, it wasn't too uncommon for this thing to run elemental punches, even though they were special attacks. Because, like, Ice Punch, like, your special attack stat's like 95 base. And it, like, hits stuff like Salamence ×4 if you're running Ice Punch. You know, like, there's reasons to use it. In this, though, I can't really think of a great reason of why I would run a special attack. Like, there's not really a special equivalent to any of these that this thing can learn anyway. It would really just be Psychic. Because Psyshock is redundant. Zen Headbutt's better. Because both hit physically, but Zen does more. and has a flinch chance, even though this is slow. This thing doesn't get, like, Ice Beam or something. It's like, in that case, okay, maybe I'd consider doing that over Ice Punch, but it just doesn't get it, so. And I think if I am going to stick with Fire Blast, I might as well use that PP up on Fire Blast, because it is the only 5 PP move that I currently have. Yeah. I probably want to save PP Restoratives for the Elite Four, though. Like, literally all of them. Because that could be do or die, whereas here it's just kind of a convenience thing. Wait, who's furthest? Still Shandy. Shandy followed by Metagross, so we'll just lead Shandy. Yeah, I think those EV berries were at one of the earlier Pokemon centers. I think Castelia is actually the right answer, because Nimbasa has TMs. Easy Shadow Ball. Calm Mind's not gonna matter. Up. And it's like, maybe I would consider clearing defensive EVs on, like, I don't know what I would do that on anyway. This is like, it's nice to have a little bit of defensive investment, because without it, I feel like I'd be in trouble a lot of the time. There's something to be said for min-maxing, but I'm just not doing that, truly. If I was, and I was running like 252 speed, truly, with like a perfect IVs or something dumb, or even not, just like training 252 speed or max speed on Amon, then it's like, okay, yeah, sure, then clear the defensive EVs, because almost nothing's going to outspeed it. Or it's a lot easier to tell when you're going to outspeed or not. But when you don't know your investment, when you don't know your EV investment, it's hard to calculate that sometimes. You just kind of have to guess. It's like, okay, I'm X levels higher or X levels lower. And then you factor in kind of like the base stats. Kind of guesstimate. I bet this 2 KOs. Yeah. Like, if I thought it would live one, then Mash was the correct play anyway. But if it's the same difference, it's like, okay, at least if I didn't live a Shadow Ball, like a raw Shadow Ball, then at least I'd get some damage in on it before exiting. Another Hyper. I do like the Egg Lock idea, though. I do like that idea. Because then I could really pull, like, any number of Pokemon that I've already used. I could request Pokemon from the audience as well. Which I've already spoken on, thinking that's, like, a very cool thing that I've seen done in the past. When I've watched Egg Locks way back when. I say that like I've been watching it for like decades, but even so. 2016, 2017-ish, like that's longer ago than I would like to admit. And that really was like the renaissance of Pokemon for me, was like getting into that. Discovering, like rediscovering these games. And it's like, I never really stopped playing them. Except like, I guess it was only probably a few years Like, once I got my Xbox in 2015, and I was, like, playing a bunch of 360 titles that I hadn't played previously, you know, thanks to backwards compatibility and all that. And, of course, a lot of them got remastered anyway, but, like, it's whatever. While I was doing that, it's like I wasn't really... Oh my god, of course I had my 3DS with me. But... like when I was in college, but I don't know that I was playing it that much, except maybe on trips or something. Like if I was traveling and, you know, wasn't the one driving. I think Shadow Ball kills. I kind of think it does. I think Shadow Ball kills. I mean, this is a Chandelure. It's neutral. It doesn't quite kill and we die. Okay. Maybe not because it's not stab, but yeah, okay. Defense drop. No way you get priority also, right? There's a Galv. Pretty safe. But yeah, just like general disappointment in Gen 6, and then like discovering Nuzlocke, which I probably had heard of prior, but didn't really like get involved with that kind of stuff, or like Nuzlocke and more so randomizers. And like messing around with that randomizer program and stuff like that. And ROM hacks, of course. Kind of reinvigorated my interest in Pokemon at the time. And then, to the point where I played Gen 7, like I played Sun and Moon, like the year after it came out. Because even though people were raving about Sun and Moon when they did come out, generally, those were like the first Pokemon games, maybe since getting into the series, that I didn't get day one, I think. Because like Ruby and Sapphire I didn't get day one because those were like a gift, and that was kind of like my entry point, but I'm trying to think. It's like Fire Red and Leaf Green I was hyped for, so of course I got that. Emerald I can't guarantee if I got it day one, but I definitely got it within, you know, like whatever the nearest holiday was or something like that. This is kind of scary. Oh, he's fucking up. If I land this, then... yeah. And like Diamond and Pearl, of course I was there. I'm trying to think if Platinum would be the other question mark of like, was it day one? But it was definitely before, like within that time span. HGSS was for sure day one. I actually have like some weirdly vivid memories of like playing that in the car on the way home. Which was super exciting since Gen 2 were the first games that I had played. And like, you know, I went out of my way like to go to GameStop during the Gen 3 era to get a copy of Gold, and I think I got Yellow as well. I don't think I technically actually played Red and or Blue until the 3DS Virtual Console, but it's like just as well, you know. I played Fire Red and Leaf Green, I played Yellow, it's like, I get it. It's Kanto. And then from then on, it's like, yeah, I was for sure there day one for Black and White, and Black and White 2, and X and Y, and Oris. And then so, yeah, so maybe there are a couple in there where it's like, did I get it day one, or did I get it, you know, on the following birthday or Christmas or something, maybe. But the vast majority of them day one. Coliseum and XD, can't say for sure if those were day one, because I think Coliseum came out before I had my GameCube, but XD maybe. Might have been. And then yeah, Sun and Moon, like I was so... like not into Gen 6 that I was kind of ready to just like write off Pokemon. And I always had a fondness for the DS games, of course. And even at the time, the GBA games, even though my interest has waned in the GBA titles as of late. And yeah, discovering like Drayano hacks in particular. various Nuzlocking like YouTube channels and stuff like that at the time. Which now it's like you have big, like truly big YouTubers who you wouldn't think are into Pokemon, but like, of course, pretty much anyone born in the 90s was at least exposed to Pokemon, so like likely had played it at some point. So it makes sense why, like, that figure's like, you know, I know like Ludwig is done. Like, I don't really watch his stuff, but like I know that he does Nuzlocks every now and then or something, and that's like wild to me because I wouldn't equate someone like that to being interested in something like that. It was more so even back in like 2016, 2017 or whatever it was. It's like it was specifically like Pokemon channels, you know, that were doing Nuzlocks and stuff like that. And of course, those of you who were watching that stuff back in the day, of course, things fell apart in a lot of ways in that kind of community, but which might be partially what led to it maybe seeming like it died out for a little while and then started coming back weirdly sort of more mainstream. Because I stopped watching them after a certain point. But then, like, you know, Small Ant, I think, was the one who started coming up, and, like, I remember when he was, like, just starting out and all that, basically. Like, watching his earlier stuff when he would do the Pokemon challenges and stuff, and he still does, but it's like that would maybe be what I would consider to be the start of the Renaissance, and there might have been some channels that never stopped, but it did feel like Nuzlocking kind of fell out of fashion, and then, of course, Pokemon Challenges is a prominent channel out there now, too. And there's others, I'm sure, but yeah, it's like weirdly more Nuzlocking is weirdly more mainstream than it's ever been, which I find odd. It's cool, it's just like, it's just strange. I think that's all to do here. But all that said, it's like getting back into it with that and randomizers and ROM hacks and stuff. It was like very exciting, like very, very exciting. That might have been also my real initial dabbling with emulation as well, like downloading SNES 9X and stuff. I think it was like Visual Boy was the GBA emulator I was using at the time. MGBA is just better in my experience, but your mileage may vary. Desmube's been around for fucking ever. But yeah, because I never really, like, my experience with PC gaming, including like emulation, which I would factor that in to the PC gaming experience. If you game on PC and you don't emulate at all, I'd find that kind of surprising. If there's like, you don't even dabble in it, you know? Even the most simple stuff like SNES 9X, where it's just basically plug and play. You don't really need to mess with much. It's not like setting up some of the more complicated emulators or anything. But, yeah, like, I never... Of course I played, like, fucking Pajama Sam and, like, Freddy Fish and all that shit. It might have been my first exposure to video games. But, like, I don't know that it ever clicked in my head at the time of, like, this is PC gaming, you know? In the same way that I think of PC gaming as I do now. Playing Citrus Berry for 1,000, would you buy it? No. Okay. Actually, I would buy a Citrus Berry for 1,000 though, but... Perfect Pie Dove. I think I'm gonna box... It's a box Flygon, right? It's already 55. I need this for water moves. For water HMs. But yeah, I like... Beyond that... well, okay, of course I played RuneScape. When that... the same friend and his older brother who got me into Pokemon and Mega Man Battle Network and Sonic Adventure 2 and... even I was first exposed to like Metroid Prime and Melee and stuff like that, just GameCube stuff, kind of generally. Also got me into RuneScape. I didn't ever really, like, progress in RuneScape majorly. I just kind of dicked around in, like, oh god, what's it called? Lumbridge, I think? And maybe some of the surrounding towns, but I never really, like... I wasn't, like, playing the game like you actually, like, should be playing an MMO kind of deal. I just kind of stuck to fighting sewer rats and shit, which was fun. In its own weird way, like... And this was circa, like, what? 2002, maybe? Or something? It was, like, old RuneScape. Old. I don't know if it was old school or if it was, like, the next step up from that, but it was a while ago. And then... I did play... I don't know if anyone remembers Battlefield Heroes. I got into for a little while. Until, for some reason, it eventually, like, stopped working on my computer, but that might have been one of the earliest, like, shooters that I remember playing. I just remember being a menace. Like, I remember being actually pretty good at it. But I guess I can't say for sure because I don't know if I was just fighting scrubs or whatever. But I would play the guy who has, like, the invisibility ability. And just kind of, like... I don't know, I just remember being a damn menace in that. Playing as, like, whatever the stealthy class was. And maybe that shit was broken and that's why I was solid at it, but, like, I don't know. But beyond those two kind of, exceptions, I'd say, I was pretty much just playing official releases on Nintendo systems. Of course, at friends' houses, I would play, like, Call of Duty or, you know, Halo 3 or, like, whatever, but... that was, like, pretty few and far between. Until, I think it was my senior year of high school, I had a laptop at the time, and... funny enough, I didn't... maybe I had known about Steam or heard about Steam, but I didn't really, like, understand. So I actually bought Oblivion and Skyrim from GameStop, because they sold, like, digital copies at the time. They had, like, a launcher. And I got, like, really into Oblivion in particular. I got really into Oblivion. And it's why I don't know the exact metric of how much I played Oblivion, because the Steam number is not the entire story. I think I have, like, 55 hours on Steam. There's definitely quite a bit more on... maybe not, like, a ton more, but... I could see total maybe it being, like, 100 or something like that, but... which, honestly, for a game like that is kind of paltry, but... and then, like, I started getting into Skyrim modding, and that's pretty much all I was playing my freshman year of college, was modded Skyrim on my, like, aging laptop. Like, pushing that thing to the absolute limit. It ended up blue screening on me eventually, because I think it overheated at one point. But, yeah, that explains my, like, 1,200 hours in Skyrim Legendary Edition. Just, like, all I was playing. And that would add up. That was, like, what, 2014, 2015? And so, yeah, like, Oris came out in 2014. I played that, of course, but then it's like, I don't know. The Wii U was obviously not doing too hot at the time either. I kind of had my fill. I feel like 2013 was sort of the peak of the Wii U. I guess up to Tropical Freeze, which was early 2014. But that run of, like, Wind Waker HD, even Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, Wonderful 101 I enjoyed, 3D World, Tropical Freeze, and then, of course, on the 3DS side of things, you had X and Y, which at the time I was excited for. A Link Between Worlds, which is fantastic. Fire Emblem Awakening was earlier in 2013, but I'm really thinking of this, like, fall stretch. That shit was insane. But then following that, it's like 2015. It's like, what am I playing on Wii U? You know, I don't even think I brought my Wii U with me to the dorms until, like, later. But yeah, I had the 3DS, but just wasn't really compelled to play much on there. I did jump back on. This was in 2017. I did jump back on the 3DS for Samus Returns, of course. But I you know, somewhat famously skipped over Echoes, remedied that. Was that earlier this year, or was it last year? Within the past year. I remedied that. I feel like there's another 2017 game for 3DS that kind of got stranded there. Maybe I'm just thinking of the Mario and Luigi games. That's probably what I'm thinking of. How are you only level 40 when you're accessible through Waterfall? That doesn't make sense. I'll take it. I'll take the free kill, but... But yeah, and then... I wouldn't... Well, okay, I played stuff like Bioshock. I played the original Bioshock, and... Like, let me think of the games that I had bought at the time. It was like Far Cry 3, like for PC. Like, it was like Far Cry 3, Oblivion and Skyrim, obviously, I acquired on Steam again. And then, yeah, the Bioshock trilogy, I think. But I didn't fully play the Bioshock games until the remaster in 2016 or whatever it was. Which I think I didn't play right away either. The Bioshock remaster, whatever they called it, collection. But what else is there to do? I don't think there's any other waterfalls, as I was saying. So I think... Yeah, like, definitely no waterfalls here. Definitely no waterfalls around here. I did the strength boulder over here. Now I just need to delete waterfall then, right? Because I saw everything over here. I think that's it for waterfalls, besides Victory Road, which is going to be kind of annoying. I don't know if it's mandatory, but there's definitely some optional areas with waterfall. So we'll go to the PWT. But yeah, so like those handful of games I had on my laptop, because they actually did run decently well. In fact, I don't know if I told this story before. I do remember the dorm that I lived in my freshman year was like massive for some reason. It was like a study room that they turned into a dorm. I don't know why, but I lived with like 3 other guys in that room. And this was in a dorm where like obviously the bathrooms were like down the hall and shared and all that. So it was just like a big living space. I remember pretty early on, like maybe during orientation time, I was like playing Bioshock on my laptop, and then like one of my roommate's friends was like, "Oh, like what are you playing or whatever?" And I was like, "Bioshock," and he was like, "Oh, dude, you should play Bioshock Infinite. It's way better," or something like that. And like at the time, I hadn't played Infinite yet, maybe, but I was just like, it was one of those interactions where I was so off-put, and I was just like, cool, like okay, man, like sure, buddy. And now in retrospect, I think Infinite's probably my least favorite of the 3, so it is funny to consider that. It's one of those. It's not a bad game by any means, I don't know. It's the Metroid Prime 3 of Bioshock. Which, if you know how I feel about Prime 3, then it's not favorable. But it's more so like, it's kind of a similar thing where they both try to lean too hard into like the standard FPS kind of thing, whereas I feel like the previous 2 games in both series, both Metroid Prime and Bioshock, are much more focused on the atmosphere, and like it's not trying to be like Halo or Call of Duty or something, like a little more straightforward shooter kind of deal, right? It's got more of an explorative atmospheric element to it. That's not to say that there isn't atmosphere in like Prime 3 or something, but it's like level design, it's like so hallway based, so it feels a lot more linear. And the focus is definitely a lot more on the shooting because of the motion controls. And Infinite, not motion controls, but in a similar sense, it was like very focused on the shooting, which I still thought didn't feel that great, you know, compared to like an actual shooter. And so it's kind of like one of those things where it's like trying to be the best of both worlds, but then failing in some sense to do both because it's like spreading itself too thin in that way. It's like stay in your lane, you know, in that sense. Now, I'd consider doing a video on Prime 4. I feel like it's a little bit late now until we get another trailer. It also took a while for the hypes to set in because, like, there was a point, like maybe a week after, where I fell into the thing where I was like watching the trailer several times a day. Because like dude, I fucking love that guitar riff when they zoom in on Psylocke. Oh my god, like goosebumps every damn time. There's so much potential with that character, and Metroid could really use a strong character-driven villain. I don't think it's necessary per se, but I think it'd be cool as fuck if they nailed it. I think it'd be so sick if Psylocke is actually a compelling character. Like, I want him to talk shit. Like, I want him to be, like, taunting Samus and stuff like that, and really, like, show her up in the early game. Oh my god. Because I talked about it before, I think Dark Samus is cool, but, like, it is very, like, mwahaha, I am evil entity here to suck the life force out of whatever, because evil. You know, it's not really, like, and that can be fun, too, but it's, like, that's more so fun, I feel like, when there's actual... I don't mind a mustache-twirling villain, but it's, like, Dark Samus also doesn't talk, so that, like, doesn't really help her case, I feel like. But yeah, Psylocke, it's like, dude, this could be it. But what I was gonna say originally, though, is that, oh, he leads Raptor, right? I think Eel is a solid lead in that case. Protects us against Brave Bird. Obviously, Double Edge would do a lot, but it's still neutral. Another option is to lead Jin and go into Eel. Or go into Megatron would maybe be even better because we resist the dual stab. Or I lead Megatron and just Meteor Mash off Rip. Because it doesn't matter what he's gonna switch in. It's gonna take a lot. And if he goes into a Steel type, I just EQ after. Let's do this shit. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. The thing with Prime 4 I find interesting is they're still doing the lock-on thing. Like, I'm curious about the combat. I'm not opposed to it because what I said about Prime 3, where it was like, it was too combat-focused. I don't like hyper mode. Like, the game overly relies on hyper mode, and I really don't like that. It's like you kind of need to use it for certain enemy encounters. And I don't know, I'm just not fond of it. I like the beam switching way more in the first two games. And that dynamic. Oh, it's Swellow, not Raptor. Same difference. It's basically just Raptor, but worse. Largely. I smash. Oh, what is Heat Wave? Oh my god. What did they do? Why did they do so much? What? Holy crap. Maybe BP to a KOs? I don't know. There's less than half, so no, it doesn't. That's unfortunate. Lit. He's got an eel of his own. In fact, he's got a Flygon as well. Can he not copy my team? What do you go for here? Knockoff? You go for... maybe just electric move, right? I think I'm just going to Sabin. Coil. Oh, you don't know what you're up against. Do ya? Nice Sludge Bomb. Yeah, I'm curious to see how the combat is in Prime 4 when it's finally out, because it does seem like it is a little bit of a return to form, which makes sense because it's been so damn long. You don't want to get too crazy and experimental with things after a revival. That's why I think the way Mercury's team handled Metroid was fucking genius. What is this? You probably have ground move, but it's not stab. So I kind of want to just play rough. Oh, you DD. You disrespectful doggo. Doesn't make sense, but... Oh, nice dodge, bitch. Okay. It's not stab, but it is +1, and it is base 110, so... Yeah. That miss is really shitty. Also, it's Life Orb. Oh yeah, what was I saying? About Mercury's team, because like Samus Returns was like, it was a remake, so inherently kind of safe in some regards. But they introduced some mechanics, like, you know, jumping out of a... Boy, could you jump out of a ledge grab? I don't know. The point is, it kind of laid... Some of the new things that were added laid the foundation for Dread to be excellent. And so I'm kind of like, this is stab, so that's kind of scary. That play rough miss really fucking sucks, dude. I could have just gone into this immediately and bullet punched instead of doing all this sacking a million things for no reason. Didn't die. Okay. Wow. I'm not even necessarily worried about losing. I'm just like, this is not interesting. This isn't an interesting fight. It was Camel. If the play rough had landed, it's like, ah, man, whatever. It is what it is, like, it's over, but yeah. Sorry, I keep getting off topic. Because I'm getting screwed by RNG. Okay, Rock Polish. Why does everybody set up? Why does everyone have setup? Stop setting up. It's not gonna help you. Yeah, I could see Prime 4 being... Because like I said last time, I think that a lot of Prime 3's missteps in my eyes are a symptom of Nintendo at the time. And because things are different now, in a sense, like I don't see the hand... I'm praying, at least. I don't see the hand-holding being as much of an issue. It's like there are hint systems in the Prime games. Even if it's turned off, the Aurora unit will still be like, Samus, it seems like you cannot freeze these magma things. Maybe you should get the freeze missiles. It's not that explicit, but it's like, Samus, it seems like you can't progress. And it's like, yeah, no shit. Thanks. I have hints turned off. Why are you telling me this? Oh, this is a bad play. It would give it a speed boost, but I also didn't want it setting up. But it also maybe just dies to this. Also, I don't know. What are you? Lefties? You ×4 resist jet. I still just jet. Like, maybe I'll crit. Oh, I don't think it'd matter. Just 0, yeah. Yeah, just generally, I think I could see Prime 4 combat-wise being a little on the safe side, a little more return to form-esque. I'm sure there's going to be some new stuff in there for sure, and I'm hoping that narratively there's something going on that's interesting as well. I think it's Shadow Ball. I forget what his last is. Okay, good dodge. Deserved for the play rough miss. Oh. Good call on my part, then. See, it's like I still won like fairly easily. I still had Flygon, which is a beast, in the back. It's just like narratively that fight kind of sucked. Because it's just like Cobra proceeded to sack everything for no reason against a Flygon that dodged and failed to die. I don't know, whatever. It's not a big deal. The only thing, hey, in the remakes, even if it's more of a remaster, like pixel art thing, which I love, can you make Hugh stop telling us to fill out the Pokédex? Because nobody cares. It's weird that he's so hung up on that. When I think even Juniper was like, hey, I know I told you to fill out the Pokédex, but like, this is more important. Like, dealing with Team Plasma is more important. And then he was like, hey, how's your Pokédex coming along? It's like, I don't care. Just switch string these guys to 55, and then the cycle begins anew. Lots to sell, though. That I haven't yet. Yeah, like this. Trick Sticky Barb is an interesting thing. I don't think it's necessarily great, though. It's an option. But yeah, all that said, I'm really looking forward to Prime 4. And I'm guessing that'll be a showpiece for the new hardware, even though it is going to be on base hardware as far as we understand. Like, hasn't it been evaluated that it was running on, like, not running on next-gen, quote-unquote, like, next-gen Nintendo hardware in that trailer? But because that game looks to be some kind of technical showcase in some sense, which is fitting because the first Prime was kind of that too, for the GameCube, it'd be impressive if Nintendo was like, hey, 1080-60, or maybe even 720-60, whatever it is, whatever Prime Remastered runs out on base Switch, that's what you're getting there. 4K 60 or something, or like 1080 120 or something on the next system, like some kind of technical thing. I know that's not typically their bag, but with Prime I could see it, that being a marketing point, like one of several marketing points for the new system, of like, hey, this particular game is probably going to launch around the new system, let's promote that it's a best experience on the new hardware to get people to buy the new hardware, right? Because I think a good chunk of Switch owners are looking to buy new hardware, but I also think there's a good chunk of them that are content with what is currently there, which is fine. The games are what matter, but at the same time, it's like, Jesus Christ, man. Aren't we in the 8th year? It's been 7 years? Like, it's been 7 full years, so we're in the 8th year of the Switch? That's crazy. It's gonna be 8 years by the time the next system launches? Oh, should I buy more repels? I didn't consider this. I don't think I'm running low, but... yeah. Why am I so flush with cash on this, though? Oh, you know what I was going to do? I was going to buy those berries, that's right. They're not terribly expensive, but... Let's see if I can go do that before we move on to the next area. Just throw a Metagross in there. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of berries and then I'll actually take care of using them when I get back here. Yeah. Hop on the back of the pit of. I am pretty sure it's here. If it's not here, then it is Burbank, more than likely. Let's see. Ah, here we go. Base HP. I guess like I was saying, it's nice to have some bulk even on these offensive mons, because the spreads are not going to be ideal regardless of what I do. So I think I just take attack and special attack and like maybe speed on it's even on the minus speed guys. It's kind of nice to have some speed. I think eel, maybe I'd want to be min speed, or like, oh, would I just to maximize like bulk, I guess, primarily. I don't think I want to lower bulk. I don't think that really makes much sense. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to just buy them just in case. Because they're so cheap, it's like, okay, fine, whatever. It's like more than I'll ever need, I think. Back to Undella. Almost went to the mart instinctively, but no. Pick up Gross. Still didn't nickname the eel. And we were just in Stellia, which I'm pretty sure is the name raider. God damn it. Let's just do that now. It's kind of annoying. I'm pretty sure it is here. I was just over there, I forgot. Yeah. No, move to leader? Wait a second. No, name raider is, it is in Castelia, but it's over. I forgot they put an additional move to leader before Pokemon World Tournament. That's a nice, another nice thing about PWT is not only is it a cool battle facility, but having, like, not all the tutors, but, you know, having their move reminder and the move to leader, and, like, some move tutors, like, all there is really nice. It'd be kind of nice if you could invite the other move tutors, like, hey, you should set up shop at the Pokemon World Tournament kind of thing, and then in post-game you could have all of them there. But they're easy enough to remember where they're at. Right, Driftvale, Lintamas. Nakreen is the last one, but there's one in Humalau, I think, is the third one. Yeah, Uni is Sea Urchin. Unagi, as far as what I googled, is, it's more interesting than just calling him an eel. Also, why am I biking when I can just fucking fly? I'm so used to not having fly on my squad. Which is cool, because you actually largely don't need fly in this game. I'd say Black and White 1 as well. That is actually kind of a benefit of the more linear design. Where this is like a rare generation where I feel fine having a Flymon in the box. Now Surf is kind of unavoidable still, but water types are good, so it's not really a detriment to run them. The problem is Surf and Waterfall being, one being special, one being physical, you are likely not going to want both on the same mon. Like, yeah, maybe you're running a mon that gets surface coverage. Maybe you're running a physical mon, like for Alligator, for instance, that actually doesn't mind Waterfall, actually likes running Waterfall, in fact. But then it's like, what do you do with Surf? You know? Let's do these berries real quick. So... lowers attack. Definitely this. You have U-turn, so there is a reason. You're a mixed attacker, You are probably just gonna stay special unless I decide to do a coil set, which sounds cool, but as I keep saying, it's minus attack nature and has a perfect special attack IV. Electric type attacks are just better on the special side, so if anything I'd run a mixed set. I just don't think there's room. So yeah, I'm just gonna do this. I'll just do this, like, I don't know. Do this once more before, like, before Marlin or something? I don't know. Lower special attack. No, no. Definitely not, definitely not, definitely not. Probably just Metagross, right? I think we're just gonna run physical on Metagross. I don't know what special attack I'd want to run on this. I think that's it. Like, speed, if I really wanted to leverage... I was saying that on Unagi, maybe, because slow Volt Switch is kind of compelling for a defensive mon. Eel is pretty slow to begin with, so I guess, like, fine. It's nice to sometimes outspeed stuff, if it's otherwise a speed tie or something, but just try it. I'm sure it's gonna get those EVs back in no time anyway. Need Hydrate. You can maybe argue for lowering speed on Metagross, but Metagross has actually been outspeeding some slower, tankier stuff, which is actually good in a lot of cases. A Draining Kiss first. Oh, we still outspeed. That's funny. Golem is pretty damn slow, but yeah. That's another case, is like draining... tanking the Stone Edge and then Draining Kissing after. Like getting that health back instead of just going first and it doesn't really do anything for me. Yeah, there's the coil, but I just don't think... It's a very cool move. In an alternate timeline where this is a physically oriented eel, then sure. But... or maybe even mixed, but I just think that this is, like, too good of a moveset to pass up. That's the sleeping one, right? Yeah. You're obnoxious. It's probably focus punching, isn't it? It's probably gonna focus punch or something stupid. I really want... Dude, sometimes I want Thunder Punch on this thing. But sometimes... I mean, Ice Punch... Maybe Thunder Punch would be better to be able to deal with waters. since I'm gonna have ice coverage on you, I'm gonna have ice coverage on you. So it's like, I've got electric on you, and then that's it? Well, no, I'm gonna have bolt on... I do have bolt on this currently. I just can't switch water types into this. Maybe that's a case for Shadow Ball on King. Like, Ice Beam... No. I think I just take Ice Beam over Bolt. And keep Play Rough, because that's been really useful, and then these two. I'm just gonna go for Megatron. I'm guessing he's gonna go for Focus Punch, though. Oh no, he just goes for Waterfall? Okay. Just mash. But then again, if I'm gonna run Ice Beam on King, then yeah, maybe Thunder Punch on... Or did I say Ice Punch? Ice Beam? If I'm gonna run Ice Beam on Nidoking, then maybe I do want Thunder Punch on Metagross. You go for Horsepower again? Horsing around? Oh, yeah, I don't know if I ever mentioned, there's another YouTuber that I have enjoyed watching lately on the Pokemon side of things, Jimothy Cool. Makes some entertaining and thought-provoking content regarding Pokemon, I would say. He's got like a bunch of different channels though, but I'd recommend checking him out. He specializes in like Gen 3 metagames. It's like mostly what he plays. Which I think is kind of cool. Someone who specializes in old gens. I think I just go... This thing has a weirdly high Spit F stat, so I'm kind of scared. That's why I play rough, I guess. Jump kick. Nice. You're gonna Ice Punch me, I would bet, but I'm gonna still just go for Play Rough. Yeah, buddy. You don't want Thunder Punch on you. Well, I guess if we're going up against Drayden, then maybe we do just keep Ice Punch for now. But I think overall, Thunder Punch is better, because I just don't... I mean, beyond Eel, I don't have a great way to hit water types. Like, at all. This is going to be Ice Beam. I think I'd rather take Ice Beam over T-Bolt. As I was saying, I don't really want this in on water types to begin with. Water types don't want to take a Sludge Bomb or Earth Power anyway, but yeah. Ice Beam still hits Flyers, and it just hits way more. This only hits Waters and Flyings. Flying types don't want to take a Sludge Bomb either, so it's like, yeah. I do like the Attack Invest for Play Rough. But yeah, very cool mon. Shout out to Nidoking. I know I said that Gengar is probably my favorite Gen 1 mon, but Nidoking is rising the ranks currently because of his performance in this playthrough. But as I mentioned before, poison types are kind of goated, especially in Gen 1. So many great ones. I know last time I proceeded to list like 2 or something, but I actually like most of them. Like, I like Venusaur. I like Vileplume. I kind of like Venomoth, weirdly. I kind of like Weezing, also. Arbok is okay. It's just really bad. Design-wise, it's fine. And then, like, Muck, I don't love, but, like, the Alolan design's kind of cool. What are the poison types? Gengar and Nidoking, of course. And Victory Bell I'm not super hot on, but it's fine. I actually used to kind of like Victory Bell. I think I used it in Fire Red and Leaf Green once. But that was years and years ago. Oops. I'm just thinking, I know I keep stopping to go back, but I do... No, you know what I just said? I just said, let's keep Ice Punch on Metagross for now. Favorite generation? I'd probably say 5. I would probably say 5. 4 is real close, though. 5 and 4 are definitely top 2. Because I just think that run from Platinum to Black and White 2 is so great. This is like on the beach, yeah? Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Yeah, my generation ranking probably weirdly goes something like 5, 4, 7, 3, and then like the rest. It's hard for me to rank the rest of them because there's just... I'm not like as fond, besides my nostalgia for Gen 2 specifically, but HGSS is right there, you know. I even jumped into one of the Gen 2 ROM hacks, and I played it for a few minutes, and I was like, yeah, I just want to be... I'm playing this, and I'm just like, I just want to play HGSS. I do think in the right context, like on a retro handheld that's a single screen, I could see myself playing a Gen 2 ROM hack, but like I don't know. It wasn't doing it for me. But I also need to figure out what I'm going to be playing on this long flight that I have coming up. Gen 5 is amazing, just wish you could shiny hunt your starter. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's fair. I do think it's nice that at least some of the dialogue, like you get some of the dialogue and then you can save before initiating, which I think that was maybe the intent, but it still isn't. I guess it's more so after the fact, right? Rather than before. I can see that. I've never personally been a big shiny hunter, so I tend to forget about that factor when it comes to certain things. Although shout out to Sun and Moon for probably being the worst in that regard. It did that cutscene into dialogue and all that in that initial Alola game is like heinous. I feel like that has to be the worst instance of it, right? I don't even know if they're shiny locked. Like I don't even know. But if they're not, and you can get them shiny, it's like, jeez. 5, 7, to 4 are your favorite gens as well. Hey, good taste, I will say. Yeah, something about like gens 2 and 3, lots of nostalgia there, but like they just don't scratch the same itch that they used to. Whereas I can consistently and like over years and years and years have been playing gens 4 and 5 and continue to enjoy them. And yeah, maybe it's a little easier to see some of the flaws, but at the same time, it's like I look at what Pokemon's kind of become, and I'm kind of just, like, not satisfied there. So, like, I think that does also elevate these games in a sense. It's one of those things where it's similar to Mega Man Battle Network. It's not that those games, or that these games can't be outdone, but, like, they just haven't been, in my eyes. Even though I do think that it should technically be possible with current technology. And all of that, like just the better technology and stuff. Jolts? There's no way you randomly go for extrasensory again like last time? I swear to God if you do. Yeah, okay. I'm thinking that I live this because it's not stab. Yeah, okay, cool. Like new generations we get. Shiny lock starters, I swear. Yeah, that's right. I think that was like a subtle controversy in the shiny hunting community, was the shiny locking of those. And Skylar and Violet. Also older Pokemon games with sprites. Yeah, I think the sprite work, especially... I mean, really just in Gens 3 through 5 generally. Gen 4, I think, has a great sprite set, but I like the movement in these sprites. Even though it can look a little janky at times, like, I don't know. It just does something for me visually that I really like. And that's why my ideal Gen 5 remakes would be more like remasters, and you stick with the pixel art. I think that would be amazing. That would be far better than anything that I could see them doing in like a 3D engine, frankly. Especially after BDSP, it's like they were better off just remastering fucking Platinum instead of fully remaking BDSP in the way that they did. I'm glad the potential for BDSP ROM hacks is there, though, from what I have been told in chat. That's cool. But like BDSP as like individual games, I'm just like... I feel like that's your opportunity to make pixel art games, is with the I don't want to say nostalgia bait, but you know, like with the more nostalgia oriented games. I feel like Sacred Sword just kills you. I guess in the case that it doesn't, then maybe I surf first, but that's not gonna, it's just gonna bounce off. We're Expert Belt. This is stab. And you're a Blissey, so it should kill. Yeah. I don't know why I was doubting it. I guess because the ramifications if it didn't kill would have been annoying. Happy someone understands. Yeah, for sure. I understand why they don't do it with the new releases, because, like, just, like, from a marketing standpoint, I think that there, unfortunately, is a large swath of people who kind of stick their nose up at pixel art. I find that weird, personally. I would imagine most of those people are probably pretty young, because I can't imagine someone who grew up with pixel art games snubbing pixel art these days. I understand that it's oversaturated in the indie market, like certain pixel art aesthetics I'm even a little sick of, but pixel art as a overall general idea I still love. If executed properly, of course. Well, properly. Well, if executed in a way that is to my tastes, I should say, but you know what I mean. We need strength for this boulder. It's not a boulder. It's a rock. I guess I get the Licky Licky. Go get it. So I don't have to teach anything and then fly all the way back. Yeah, let's just fucking do that. But yeah, I think these games in particular, because the pixel art and the moving sprites and stuff is kind of a hallmark of this gen, I think. And because these were like... It's like you consider these were the least, like the worst selling gen. Still sold like 10 million copies, which is insane. But worst compared to the previous gens, not as high sales. And then you consider that you could maybe argue that these were the last, like, Pokemon... I don't think it was truly the last Pokemon games with passion put into them, because I think that there is love and care put into Gen 6 and 7 to an extent. I just think that X and Y was rushed. Most Pokemon games are rushed, to be fair, but, like, you can kind of see the bleeding through of passion in some of these, even some of the more recent games. Like, you look at, like, Arven's story in Scarlet and Violet, like, there's heart there, you know? But, it's like, I don't know, I just think if there were any games that you would do a pixel art remake of, it would be these, I think. I would also personally say that about Platinum and HGSS as well, but it's kind of too late for Gen 4. unfortunately. Platinum is still fantastic, so, like, that's fine, but also not. They even brought back the older Pokemon games on Switch. Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see that too. And the thing is, these games aren't gonna... Oh, they look... Excuse me. They would look fine on, like, the handheld screen. I don't know how great they'd look blown up. I feel like they would need to do some kind of touch-ups visually, but imagine if they did do remastered collections or something. You think about, like, Final Fantasy, the Pixel Remaster bundle that you can get. Something like that. You know, not the same art style, but in a similar vein. As far as what has changed and all of that. And then you can do remakes on top of that, which it's like... Some people would stick their nose up at that, but it's like, I don't know, just don't fucking buy the remakes then. You know, that would be me. That'd be me. It's like, okay, you want Platinum Remastered, or do you want BDSP? I'm taking Platinum. I'm gonna ignore BDSP in that case. Which I guess is a case for them not then doing the remasters alongside. It's kind of a tricky thing, I guess, but... Yeah, I would agree. Like, ideally, if I could make the decisions, then I would personally prefer that they weirdly spend less time and effort on the remaking process from this point on, and go more of a remastered route. I know some people want HD 2D. I've been 50-50 on that. I'm not the big... I think that the Octopath games look kind of blandish. Maybe more so the first one. But maybe that has less to do with the HD 2D and more to do with just the general art design of those games. Because I think the Dragon Quest remakes look way more compelling visually. And they've had more, you know, time to work with that engine and stuff, so it's understandable that it would develop, but... Yeah. Pokemon's so frustrating with older games. Spend over a couple hundred... Yeah, that's why I have no qualms with emulating the older games, because also in the case of these games in particular, they got their money already. Like, I bought these games, pretty much all of them day one, as I was going into earlier. Yeah, they got my $35 or whatever it was for well, most Pokemon games were 35, right? I think a lot of DS games were 30, but then Pokemon games had that little bit of a premium on them, I want to say. Now, I won't speak on the more modern games, because I just won't, but I have played the modern games, at least. I'll just say that. Now, the one purchase that I do regret is BDSP. That one, I'm just like, I can't believe I fucking fell for it, dude. It was one of those, it was such an impulse buy, where, like, I wasn't gonna buy it, and then I was like, this could be fun. And then I got bored before I even got to the third gym, and was just like, man, I would just so much rather play Platinum. So much rather. It's disappointing because that's literally the opposite of how I feel about the first 2-gen remakes. And then 3rd-gen remakes, I'm kind of like, I'm a little 50-50 on. Because I'm like, okay, Emerald is probably better, but Oris might be better than Vanilla Ruby and Sapphire. It just kind of depends on what you're looking for, kind of deal. Crazy to think a game that is a Fakemon game looks better than BDSP. Nexomon. Yeah, I've heard about Nexomon. I haven't looked into it personally, but yeah. A lot of these Pokemon likes are, at least in some ways, doing things better. Maybe not in every single facet, from what I've seen. If I'm thinking about, like, Pal World, for instance. Like, I don't want Pokemon to be a fucking sweatshop simulator. I could do without that, but I think the idea is interesting, like kind of leaning more into the living in the Pokemon world kind of thing instead of just being by the book JRPGs in that sense. Kind of just think I stay in, but this does resist. I'm going to Xandria here. Nexomon does their own thing, but Palworld just arc fuse with Pokemon in a little GTA. Yeah. The only thing I'll say about Palworld as someone who hasn't played it, I'm just glad that it's putting some. I'm assuming that it's putting some kind of pressure on the Pokemon Company. So I don't necessarily want Game Freak specifically to have more pressure on them, because I don't think they're at fault per se. I think it's a good point that gets brought up from time to time. Like, it really is the Pokemon Company, I think, is like the problem. Primarily. It's like, you know, don't blame the devs, blame the publisher kind of deal. And I'm sure Game Freak has some hand in the publishing side of things too, because it is like a three-way split, I want to say, between Nintendo, Game Freak, and the Pokemon Company, but point being, Palworld putting some kind of pressure on the Pokemon Company is a very good thing. Because there have always been Pokemon likes, but none of them had taken off to the effect that Palworld did earlier this year. That was this year, right? That's kind of crazy to think about. I'm pretty sure it was earlier this year and not last year, but yeah. Oh, it's Julius. Bye-bye, Julius. You were a good Pringle mascot. I'm to bring back true artists and the values of what people seek in Pokemon games. Yeah, I would say so, yeah. That's a good point. I think, I don't even want this. I mean, I could just sell it for a few bucks, but I'm just like, stop giving me max repels. Get these 55s leveled up a little bit. Yeah, I think they know that. I think it might have been Blaze who was saying in the chat that the Pokemon Company or Game Freak had said that they were reevaluating their development cycle, which shows based on ZA coming out next year, ideally in the fall. Because if it was any previous way, sure, we got the DLC. DLC is almost, I want to say, never like a full team undertaking. Like, there's usually, I feel like when DLC is being worked on, they're already kind of storyboarding the next game in most studios, at the very least. Oh, I got outplayed here, shit. I got outplayed bad. This will still do a lot though, probably. Holy crap. What was I saying though? Yeah, so if we think about it, like, Scarlet and Violet came out fall of 2022, right? Legends Arceus was like spring or whatever. Yeah, it was 2022 because the DLC came out this year even, right? Or like the second half. First half came out last fall. So it's like really like 3 years in between. If we're just talking full releases, right? 3 years, as opposed to Legends Arceus to Scarlet and Violet was like less than a year. And sure, in development, like alongside each other and all that, yeah, whatever, but you go for Earth Power or Fire move here? I guess we'll find out. Pokemon Blue and Red. Yeah, I agree. I agree. There was some magic to, you did read, well, okay. To be fair, Earth Power was super effective on Metagross anyway, but this thing dies a Fire Blast. Anyhow, yeah, there was definitely a magic to Pokemon back then. I mean, definitely part of it is, like, being a kid at the time, for sure. But I remember, like, when I thought about the potential for Pokemon years and years later, like, we haven't somehow gotten there or even surpassed that yet, which is, like, kind of wild. Like, you'd think there would have been an MMO that they build on alongside, like, other stuff and whatever. I don't know. Maybe not even necessarily that, but just all the different possibilities. And while I do agree that the formula was stale by Black and White, they haven't really ever deviated from it either. Because, like, even Sun and Moon, as much as I like the Gen 7 games, like, trials are just an equivalent to gyms, really. They're not really that different. And then 8 was extremely derivative. If the wild area was their big innovation, then, like, I mean, it's kind of cool, I guess, to, like, roam around in a big open area, but, like, have you seen the wild area? Have you seen that shit? And then Scarlet and Violet just totally failed to capitalize on open world design in the slightest. On top of being a technical mess. And that's one of those where it really took distancing myself from my playthrough to, really see the cracks beyond the technical problems. Hard to say what Pokemon's potential is due to what's happening now. Reminds me of how Minecraft grew to it. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean, Minecraft is one of those that I never really got into it necessarily, but I get what you mean. I just don't think I just think that Masuda's got his... I think Masuda's design philosophy is just, like, messed up. I mean, he's only one person, so, like, it's not necessarily all on him, per se. But it's like... Correct me if I'm wrong if it wasn't Masuda. I'm pretty sure it was, though. The one who said, you know, oh... Basically that they're dumbing down their games because kids don't have attention spans anymore. It's like, sure, the games are targeted at kids, but, like, so were the originals, and those were definitely... They had a lot more going on, like... I guess you could say mechanically, or, like, I don't know. Pokemon was never hard, but it's like... It's not what it is. It wasn't what it is now, certainly. I feel like Gen 6 was really the start of that. Like, this game had difficulty modes. This game had a hard mode. Now, how hard was it? Harder than probably any other vanilla Pokemon game, I'd guess. I don't know that I've ever actually played vanilla challenge mode. Maybe I have done a randomizer of it, since you can unlock it with the action replay codes. But it's like XY, nope. Nope. Nothing. And nothing since at all. No semblance of even options. Which is crazy to me. Like, I know back in the day it was uncommon for JRPGs to have difficulty modes. That's just, like, kind of a fact. And I guess some games, like the original release of FF6, had difficulty toggle in the form of battle speed, weirdly enough. But, we need separate teams for different game projects. Yeah, I think just, like, getting outside help. Because as far as I understand, Game Freak is not, like, a terribly large team. And you couple that with the Pokemon Company's pressure to, like, get games out for merch sake. And it's like, you're telling me that you can't crank out merch for the existing Pokemon, the existing 1,000+ Pokemon that exist? You're telling me that won't sell? Or like, at the very least, like, just like add a Pokemon every year or something. Like, if you want a marketing, like a Pokemon to market, just throw in like a random mythical or something. Just add one to the game years later, like, same difference, right? And plus, like, you look at the new rosters and it's like, what? I'm trying to think of an example. It's like, oh boy, I can't wait to get my Espathra plushie. Which Espathra actually has kind of a cool design-ish. It's maybe not the best example. Who's got a terrible design? Like, whose design do I not like? It's hard for me to think because I just tend to block out the ones that I don't like design-wise. Hey, here's your Greedent plushie. Like, can't wait to get my Greedent plushie. Like, who's fucking saying that, dude? You can sell Pikachu forever. You don't need new mons to sell merch consistently. XD Gale of Darkness is better. Yes, I would agree. I would agree. Yeah, not even made by Game Freak, considered a spin-off. Which I've said in the past that, you know, the term spin-off is not ever necessarily a indictment on quality. Especially so in that case. Yeah, I think XD is the best Pokemon game for a home console. Straight up. And, oh, but the Switch is a hybrid or whatever. No, I mean, it's effectively a home console and a handheld. They meshed the Wii U and the 3DS into one thing, basically. So it's kind of both. But I would count the Switch Pokemon games as being more so console games than, obviously, the explicitly handheld. Like, it more so than the first 7 gens, which were literally just on handhelds, and there's no argument about that. Yeah, overall the GameCube games did it better, as far as like a traditional JRPG experience is concerned, and then Scarlet and Violet trying to be more of an open world thing. There are better open world games out there. I think SMT5, which is an open world, is like a hell of a lot better of a game. From a gameplay standpoint at the very least. And even like story, even though I'm not super wild about SMT5 story, even Vengeance so far, but it's like that's maybe the closest comparison that I could think of. As far as like contemporaries are concerned. Yes, Shadow Lugia and Shadow Mewtwo. Yeah. I mean, I'd love to see the return to the Shadow Pokemon kind of series. Like, get a third one of those. That's another thing that I think Masuda said that they're not interested. But Game Freak never made them to begin with, so I don't even know why he's talking about that. Get Monolith Soft to make a damn follow-up to Coliseum and XD. They'd probably nail it. That'd be sick. And I haven't even really gotten into Xenoblade, but I know that the quality is there. The level of polish and care and all of that is there, clearly. And honestly, spin-offs have been really lacking. You could maybe even say more so than the main games. Not that the spin-offs that have come out that not that I could speak on the quality of the spin-offs that have come out, but just like we haven't really been getting many. We got the remakes of the first Mystery Dungeon, but it's mostly just like mobile game shit. Just a safe approach to things. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a fair assessment. I'm gonna assume Fire move. Maybe Shifter goes for Dark move, which I'm a little scared of. I think these are safe switches. Relatively safe, at least. Okay, that's, well, I guess I did try to attack. Shiftry. Will we resist that? No, an accuracy drop is also nice. I'm not as worried about the Sunflora as I am the Shiftry, so I think I'm gonna do this. Yeah, that works, because then this is ×4 against. Yeah, Nidoking really shrugging off these neutral hits, which I really like to see. Beep, beep. Oh man, can you stop? It's annoying. I just want Nidoking to get an attack off, but at least Eggy is dead. Long live the Eggy. I'm thinking I'm gonna get to Lacunosa and then we'll wrap things up. Probably. I think that'll be a good stopping point for today. Still a few trainers left before that though, but yeah. Your goal is to get the remaining Pokemon games that are on the DS. White 2 cost you 120. Jeez, dude. That's wild. This is partially why I don't even really bother with trying to acquire physical games, largely. I know there are upsides to it, but it's like, as someone who pretty much exclusively plays on PC, I don't really have an option, for one. And for two, yeah, I killed the Sawsbuck. I think I'm just gonna switch this out, because Sawsbuck's probably gonna go for high horsepower if I had to guess. I think I confirmed that Blossom is not, in fact, a fairy type in this. That's fine. Shiftry's just protecting over there for no reason, because we're double-edged. But yeah, best of luck with finding solid prices. Oh my god. That crit definitely mattered. I think. Black 2 is double the cost of White 2? Wow. Diamond and Pearl are like 40 each. Platinum is above 100. Yeah, I'm not terribly surprised, I guess, because Diamond and Pearl did get remakes. And I mean, it's widely regarded that Platinum is the better way to play them anyway, so that does add up, but like that is crazy though. Like crazy pricing and all of that. I don't really have anything to... I mean, I guess I could Draining Kiss the Shiftry, right? I did say that Blossom is not a fairy type, I don't think, but I'll still go for Mash anyway. Crit, we live a crit. It's kind of wild. Fire Blast nukes this. Fiery Dance. I guess it adds up. Blossom's thing is dancing after all, but that crit definitely mattered. I know we're in the sun, but that's a Metagross. That is in fact a Metagross. Now what I wish I could do here... Oh, well, I guess you can't shift and attack at the same time. That's why the middle guy can't shift. Because I'd love to be able to target the Blossom and, yeah, I guess I just Castelia Cone, King, and Sludge Bomb. Got a copy of Emerald for 80. When you see 200 online pretty much everywhere. the middle games, like the third versions, you mean? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Why? Because, like, they were able to refine and fix things that could be seen as problems, or, like, you know, fulfill the full vision of the game with, you know, the split version as the kind of baseline for that. I feel like I should just run back and heal, which is a little annoying. I guess the music's nice anyway. Yeah, Pokemon Z, I'm hoping that... I know Legend ZA is not the same as what a Pokemon Z could be, but I think it could fill a similar void. Because, in my opinion, I think X and Y needs, like, a lot of help, especially in the narrative department. You could fix the difficulty and stuff like that, but, dude, like, the story is not good. I don't think. Some of the lore that's there is cool, but, like, oh, it's told poorly. At the very least. That's the nicest way I could put it. And so I think, like, ZA kind of separating itself, but still taking place in Kalos. I think that's, like for me, that's maybe even more ideal than an actual Pokemon Z. Anything to sell? This? Oh, that's fine. I'm like... I'm not hurting for cash at all in this game right now, so... Like, how much do I have on hand? Nearly 150k Poké Dollars. Wish I could transfer that to real dollars. No, but seriously, I think the guy who buys, like, the big nugget, is it this dude? No. I think the flute that I just sold is one of those. The big nugget is, like... I forget where you sell that. ZA seems to be different time range, most assume a future or past. Yeah, it's for sure gonna be... I think future could be cool, but it does seem like what they were showing were blueprints for Lumiose, so I'm assuming that it's gonna take place before Lumiose was built, or like as Lumiose is being built. Which could be cool. I wouldn't be against it if it was in the future either. I'm very curious to see what they're cooking with that. But I do want them to take their time, so I'm not, like, freaking out, like, wanting to see it immediately. Also, there is this surf route over here that I totally skipped. Oh, there's a Jellicent. Is it that day of the week that it shows up? I guess it must be. Lead Gara? Just hope the new Megas are cool. Yeah, I can see Charizard and Mewtwo getting Z forms. I wouldn't be surprised. It's gonna be meme to hell and back, but like I actually kind of buy that. And yeah, Mega's coming back is very exciting. Best gimmick of the modern gens, bar none. It's not really close. As much as I like Gen 7, I don't really care for Z moves that much. I thought Dynamax was kind of fun in-game. Like, it was kind of fun to use. Obviously, it's overpowered and stuff. And the enemy AI didn't take advantage of it, like, at all. But it was fun. Enough. Outside of that context, though, didn't care for it. And Terrorastalizing is actually kind of cool. but I don't know that I necessarily want that to be like a staple, like something that sticks around, whereas Megas I could have seen sticking around. And shit, I mean, Megas were still in Gen 7. It was a post-game thing. Like, they still existed. Metagross. I think... I know saving the rare candy for, like, later levels is probably better, but it's a pretty good opportunity, because Metagross takes a lot of experience to level up because it's a pseudo. I don't... like, Flygon has pseudo stats in this, but I don't think the EXP curve is the same. 16... This seems like, yeah, it's about the same. 16, 9... Yeah, whereas Metagross is what? 23k versus like 18, 17, whatever it is. It's wild. Mega Dragonite or Flygon, or even Haxorus, that'd be sick. Yeah, Haxorus is so cool. Mega D-Knight would be sweet. I think, if not Megas, then even just regular evolutions, I think there's a lot of Gen 3 mons that could use some love. Like Mightyena, even Swellow. And, I don't know if Crawdaunt needs a Mega, but it could be fun. I think Mega Mightyena would be kind of cool. I'd be down for that. I just want a Bug Buzz. See how much it does. This is choice specs. 130 special attack. Yeah. Gone. Mega Wailord. They'd have to do the proportions right, of course. Ooh, Mega Walrein? Mmm. Mega Gladeely's already a thing. I'm trying to think of like other Gen 3 mons. I think that Gen 2 starters could be cool. We've talked about that before. Or like, I'm curious if they're gonna do the same mismatched starters as they did. Oh yeah, you're way ahead of me. Wow, I just saw your message about that. 3 different starters with Megas. Yeah, I think so. Another option or possibility that I've thought of is like, you just take the Gen 6 starters and give them Megas, because they never got them. Gren is going to be disgusting with a Mega. I mean, like, Ash Gren is basically a Mega, right? I don't think it gets, like, the same level of stat buffs, but that shit is crazy powerful. Yeah, I think I was doing the math and it was like the Gen 2, I guess the Gen 4 starters would be candidates too, but it's more like the Gen 2 starters are just need a lot more help, I think, than the Gen 4 starters. I think Gen 1 starters is a second team member. They do that again, you think? I guess it's a possibility. Maybe they do that with Gen 2 this time. Like, they still do mismatched starters or something. But they wouldn't do mismatched starters. They'd either do mismatched starters that either all currently have Megas, all currently don't have Megas, and maybe they give them Megas or something. It does seem weird to not give all 3 starters. So I'm not really sure what they're going to do with that. I think it's either Gen 6 starters straight up, but with Megas, or just a mismatched group in like regional variants or something. which I'd be down for. Like, they already did one from Gen 2, one from Gen 5, and one from... What was that? Gen 7? I feel like Gen 1 is overdone, so maybe, like, you take a Gen 3 starter, a Gen 4 starter, and... I guess a Gen... It'd be weird to pick just one Gen 6 starter is what I'm saying. So, I guess it would be like 3, 4, and 8 maybe? I guess? That'd be the only other option if you didn't want to pick from the same generations you already did. While avoiding Gen 1 and 6, for, I feel like, somewhat obvious reasons. That's already 57, though. Well, Nidoking's a bad switch-in, but I'm also a Mantike, so... Be faster. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Mega for Alligator would go so hard, though. But yeah, I actually liked every single one of the Legends Arceus starters. And the new forms. I mean, granted, they did pick probably my favorite starters of each of those gens. I kind of go back and forth on Samurott versus Superior, who I like better, but I mean, I'm currently using Samurott, so I'm kind of leaning Samurott, but I like both. I think Embor's cool, too. For sure, but, as far as, like, top picks, it's like, I was always a Cyndaquil guy. I like Rowlet, I think, better than the other two starters in Alola. And then, depending on when you ask me, I think I would pick Oshawott as my number one for Gen 5. So they couldn't really go wrong, and then they made dope forms for them. Like, come on, Ghost Fire Typhlosion, Water Dark Samurott, Grass Fighting, It's interesting, they took two single types and then they took Decidueye. Made it a fighting type. Very cool designs there. That would be an incentive to replay, even though the battling side of things is like... takes a while to get going in that game. But I did pick Rowlet. But I would kind of like to try the other ones too. Be cool if we get Megas for Pokemon that hadn't had them yet. But factoring the different variants... Right. Yeah, are they gonna do Megas or are they gonna do regional variants again? I don't necessarily see them doing both. I think that'd be a little weird, personally. Are you a Fairy type in this? Okay, good. You're probably Storm Drain, so I don't want to Aqua Jet. You're just Quiver Dancing for no reason, so that's fine. I could actually maybe see it being... They do the starters similar to... similar to Legends Arceus, but then they gift you... You get to pick one of the Gen 6 starters, and now they have a Mega or something. But that would be weird if it took place in the past, and it's like, hey, here's Mega Greninja, but then in the present, we just don't have them. So I don't know... Ooh. Ooh, lore. That's, like, with Hisui it makes sense, because it's like, okay, they evolved past these forms. Like, these are the older variants of them. That I can buy into, I guess. Those Pokemon who have variants even have a chance of... Yeah, no, I know, I get what you're saying, yeah. Oh my god. Sniper crit. I kind of want to stay in, but if he crits again, then I die. Yeah, fuck it. Oh, it's Octazooka! Of course he crits again, bastard. Mega Kingdra would be cool. I like Kingdra a lot. That's what I'm torn on when Aurora Crystal does drop. I'm torn because like, I love Ampharos, but I always use Ampharos, and that's definitely going to be an Electric Dragon. But I'm like, what if I used Kingdra though? Because then that's my Surfmon, and I like Kingdra a lot, and typically don't get to use it in vanilla because it's a trade evo. But yeah, Mega Kingdra would go hard though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're just blocked from, you got this dude with his Roggenrola. Training it up. You wanna pass here, you have to defeat me and my Roggenrola, and we're sturdy as a rock, but my Roggenrola and I only battle strong trainers. Oh, we're not strong enough for Roggenrola, man. Boom, boom, beam, boom, boom. It'd be interesting to give... I mean, maybe you don't want to do this necessarily, but some of the Gen 4 evolutions, like Magmortar and Electivire, could stand to get Megas. Maybe some of the ones like, you know, Weavile and Gliscor, they're fine. They don't... We don't need Mega Gliscor, that would be, Gliscor's already crazy, as is, somehow. Like, it's still insane. It would be better than it ever was, with, like, terrestrializing and shit. But yeah, Gliscor doesn't need help. Weavile doesn't really need help either. Assuming that they stop getting rid of knockoff on it every fucking game. And then giving it back. Like, that shit's annoying. And Weavile is only... like, Weavile in singles, competitive singles, is only as good as the knockoff distribution is. Which is incredibly annoying. And, like, I guess Triple Axle became a regularly used move in Gen 8. There's a pattern of new variants of legends from separate generations. Wonder if there is a way. New variants. Do you mean like in the form of like retconning? I'm not sure I totally understand. Of legends from separate generations. It's still up. Yeah, Jin levels up on the next encounter. I feel like there's one trainer I skipped. This is taking a lot longer because I forgot about this route completely. It's probably better that we do this now, though, because, I fought you. Did I fight you? No. I think this is the last one. I think so. Mega Huntail, Mega Gorbis, they need help a lot. They've been needing help since their introduction. They're terrible. Maybe Gorbis is actually kind of decent in certain, like, lower tiers or something, but they're both not very good. But we get new varieties of Gen 5 and Gen 2 legendaries. New varieties. Oh, yeah, that's right. The paradox forms, that's right. Megahorn is tempting. Good for grasses, but I think ice coverage is just better, though. Fury Cutter obviously came in clutch early on, like having bug coverage, but It's like maybe if I didn't want Aqua Jet, but I kind of... I feel like Aqua Jet is like kind of slowly losing its utility, but priority is never bad per se. Good for playing around random Custap or something, or opposing priority on slower mons or something. Or just generally picking off faster mons that might have a sash or just live something else. What else does Bug hit? Like Psychics and Grasses, who I don't really want to stay in on anyway. Might not have a choice in some cases, but I just don't think there's room. Gen 3 would be next. Well, we already have the Megas, or the Primal Reversions, of the Weather Trio. I think the Regis would be neat. Although we did get more Regis in Sword and Shield. So maybe not. I think it's safe to say that Mega Xerneas and Mega Yveltal will happen. Probably. Or they'll definitely get new forms. Maybe not necessarily... Well, how could it not be Megas, though? That's the thing. Like, how could it not be Megas? If that's the whole thing. That's the whole point, right? So we got Origin form for Dialga and Palkia, but, like... those were kind of underwhelming, in my opinion. And 7. Yeah, we already got a Duskmane and Dawnwings though too. To be fair, like all the Necrozma variants and all of that. Gen 2 plus Gen 5 equals 7 as the outcome. Although I was thinking, like, what... We got Galarian birds, we got past Paradox forms of the beasts. I guess, like, the Regis were the trio in Gen 3. The Lake Spirits in Gen 4? Mega Mesprit, Mega Yuxi, however you pronounce it, and Mega Azelf. Could be interesting. Not my first pick, but... could be an option. We got the future Paradox forms of Gen 5. Does Gen 6 have a trio? Not like the box legendary trio, but do they have a trio equivalent to like the birds and the Regis? I'm trying to think. Like, do they just not? Is there not a trio in Gen 6? Well, of course in Gen 5 we also have the genies, but they got other forms already. In the case of a triple battle, I'm gonna start doing this, I think. I'm like racking my brain trying to think of Gen 6's trio, but I don't think there is one. 7 had a quartet instead. It had the Tapus. But no trio. But that's like the equivalent is, you know, Tapu Fini, Lele, Coco, and Bulu. But all 4 of them are really good as is. So like I don't really think they necessarily need the help in that regard. There's Cobalion. Oh, it's Cobalion. I just need the Pokemon Stadium announcer to come back. That's all I need. That's what would make Pokemon complete in my eyes. Can you imagine, like, I'm not the only one to have had this idea, of course, but like, I've had this idea of make a polished single-player game, but then have a battle sim where you can transfer them in and then do, you know, the standard, like, battle system kind of stuff. Like, even taking stuff from Legends. And I'm like, man, if they did a battle sim, how lit would it be if they brought back the same announcer from the Stadium games and or Battle Revolution. That'd be sick. I've actually thought about maybe playing Battle Revolution. Could be fun. This is a problem because Robo Pass. So I think I go into this and mash. Yeah, like part of me wanted to be a demon and click Earthquake on the jump bluff predicting the switch, but it was just too risky. Yeah. Yeah, I think if there ever is a Legends Kyurem, which was kind of the assumption of what they would do next, right? Gen 5 remakes and Legends Kyurem. It'd be pretty obvious for them to have that focus around the original dragon. I guess I just Sludge Bomb now. Earth Power is neutral on this anyway, so. We got a little flying machine in here again. Simipour. You're faster. Like, this thing's kind of fast. I'm gonna switch and mash. Just for glare. Can I get an attack boost? That'd be cool. Dude, where are these attack boosts? What's going on? Statue of a Dragon Legendary no one is talking about. Is that in Silage City? Or something like that? That seems familiar. And it's definitely not like Zygarde or anything like that? Oh, lit. Nice dodge. Yeah, and XY. It's been so long since I played XY that I'm trying to remember. Where that would be. This thing is a dark type, but I mean, the Earth Power's right there, so. Citrus. Yeah, I like rotation battles. I very much do enjoy those. Anything in here? Must be, right? This house wouldn't be here if there was nothing. TM for Mystical Fire. Ooh. I don't know if anything learns that would be actually relevant. Like, I don't want to run it on Shandy. Focustar Studios. Legends EA, and if anything, just talked about the Dragon Trio's true form. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be very cool. I could see them maybe hinting at it if they are going to go back to Unova following their little stint in Kalos. I know that hidden item is over on the beach over there. We can't get there yet. Do I even bother with Cobalion? I think thematically it's cool that they're like, they know trouble's afoot, and so they leave their caves. I forgot actually going north is faster, yeah. I forgot about that. It's a Gen 5 big game for you. Make a good remake. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I won't be too upset if the remakes aren't great, because like I still have the original games in my possession, but I'm still able to play them, but it would be nice if the remakes were good. That'd be cool. Old tale about Lacunosa Town. That's right, please tell us. Beyond Lacunosa Town, there's a mighty big hole. Have you ever heard of the Giant Chasm? Hey, Unova did it first. Eat your heart out, Paldea. Literally. Heard that around the Giant Chasm, there have been brief temperature readings of negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus Christ. That's what Sharon told me anyway. The road is blocked, so we can't get there right now. I'm surprised we don't put on, like, hypothermia gear or something, like parka, for that. In the remakes, they'd probably do it. Because, like, in Oris, you'd put on, like a diving suit. What, it's like a diving suit for Alpha Sapphire, or like just a heat-resistant suit for Omega Ruby when you go to the Cave of Origin. A long time ago, the Giant Chasm was created when a big meteorite fell from the sky. A really scary Pokemon was hidden inside that meteorite. Yeah, this dialogue is... it's a little on the nose, like, you know, very on the nose. Meteorite. When darkness falls over the land, this Pokemon appears. A frigid wind follows it. It freezes everything around and eats people and Pokemon. That's why everyone was afraid. Yeah. I never noticed that some of the dialogue in... I mean, I guess it makes sense. But, like... I'm not gonna, like, lambaste this game for it, because there's a lot about this game's story that I do like, but... this dialogue is, like that's why everyone was afraid. You couldn't have, like... That's not how people talk, you know what I mean? So our ancestors surrounded the town with walls to prevent the Pokemon from getting inside the town. I'd probably lean on blaming the localizers, though, more so, because it is their job to make dialogue from the Japanese original text to be not stilted and stiff, as a direct translation might be. That's kind of what it seems like it is here, where it's like, it's just like, oh, this particular set of dialogue seems like more of a one-to-one translation. Just because, like, grammatically, Japanese, if you directly translate it to English, is kind of awkward, and I could see it being kind of stilted in that way. The rule was made forbidding anyone to go outside after dark, and that's the end of the old tale. Fascinating story. I'll add it to my research records. We should be going. My headcanon is that Juniper is like this fucking old bag. Doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. It's like okay. It's like, wow, what a fascinating... Like, I don't know why I read that as her being sarcastic, but that's just funnier to me. It's like, wow, that's a great story, Grandma. Wasn't that an interesting folktale? Pokemon's true identity may be unknown, but the power mentioned in the story is incredible. Okay, never mind. She actually did buy into it. But it's just the way that she says, like, okay, we should be leaving now. It's like, it's kind of like, okay, let's slowly back away. Power to freeze, that's at least how it reads in its current iteration. I don't know if that's the intention, but... Power to freeze everything around it could even rival the power of the legendary Dragon-type Pokemon. Yes, Bianca, because Dragon types are weak to Ice types. It's almost like Reshiram, who scorched Unova with blazing fire long ago. Remember the story of Reshiram? This is a funny one, though, if you say no. Oh, I even told you a little bit about it. She's so disappointed. It's so funny. Reshiram is a legendary Dragon-type Pokemon that lends its power to the person it recognizes as a hero who seeks truth. It has a white body, and it can send forth ferocious flames. There's a connection between the Pokemon from the old story and the legendary Dragon-type Pokemon. I wonder. Meteorite. Meteorite? Reshiram was revived from a rock called the Light Stone. I suppose the meteorite from the story and this stone are one and the same. Take into account that elements from the same area were found in Dragon Spiral Tower, where Reshiram was, and in the Giant Chasm. I appreciate you subbing in, Joel. Glad to have someone to chat with. Hey, appreciate you subbing. Hope you have a good rest of your evening and or a good rest of your night. Get a good night's sleep and all that. Appreciate it. Doesn't prove anything, but it could be a piece of the puzzle. Let's not write it off as a coincidence just yet. If your theories are true, it should be a really strong Pokemon. What kind of reason would there be for it to come out only at night? Like, if, like, it doesn't like sunlight or something like that? It's like the most realistic line of dialogue yet. Until we look into it more deeply, it would be hard to say anything about that. When I think about it, the name Lacunosa could be derived from Lacunosis clouds, which are clouds that resemble a net or a fence. I wonder if the name is related to the part of the story where they built walls to protect the town from that Pokemon. Ask Drayden about this if you get a chance. Wrestles with his Pokemon to toughen them up. Dude, I want to see Drayden wrestle a damn Haxorus. It's so funny. Alright, so I've got a boss fight coming up when I head to Hue, so I don't know if there's anything of note to get from the various houses around here, but I am going to go ahead and call it because it is late. I've been going for a while. Actually took longer than I was anticipating, but there were some detours here and there. Since I got Waterfall earlier than expected, I guess. No second shop guy. Anything to sell of note? Not really, we just did that. I don't know what Zinzolin leads exactly, but he is an Ice-type trainer, so I'm kinda open to just leading Samurott and see what happens. Though, I probably want to save Samurott for the late game, so maybe I do lead... Why did I do it that way? Maybe I lead this so I can Volt Switch out pretty safely into whatever I need to, or I just stay in. Seems decent. Yeah, we'll go ahead and save. And go ahead and call it. Maybe next time I'll check the various houses and see what's up, but yeah. Damn, this is a long game. I guess not really by RPG standards, but I'm so used to playing with speed up that the in-game time is obviously inaccurate in that case, but also just in real time it usually doesn't take